Chapter 2788. Hearing City Lord by Jean talk about the mythical beast, the expressions of the Vice City Lords and some of the Dark Knight City's higher-ups changed. It's said that the divine beast is extremely extraordinary. It possesses the laws of ways with the greatest offensive power, and its battle prowess is extremely heaven-defying. No one at the same level of cultivation is its opponent. Since it has the bloodline of a divine beast, it's normal for its battle prowess to be powerful. However, I've heard that the truly heaven-defying aspect of the divine beast is that it can devour various heavenly resources without limit. As long as it has enough heavenly resources, its rate of growth will be astonishing. What? It can devour heavenly resources without limit to increase its strength? Hearing this, Vice City Lord Si Wuqing was shocked, but he immediately shook his head and said in disbelief, "This is impossible. Not to mention that consuming a large amount of heavenly treasures will cause too many impurities to be produced in the body, making the source strength impure. Just the threshold of the restriction of the laws is impossible to cross." The comprehension of laws was the greatest obstacle for cultivators. Only when one's comprehension of laws reached a certain level could they break through. This was the order of the world, and the Darkstar race was no exception. It was exactly because of the suppression from the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit race that it was extremely difficult for them to comprehend laws in the Darkstar world. As a result, it was extremely difficult for them to reach the level of a divine king. As a result, every single divine king of the Darkstar race had to accumulate over a long period of time. The City Lord of Anya City, by Jean, said, "I don't know if that divine beast can continue to grow by devouring natural treasures, but according to the information I've received, that divine beast's ability to digest natural treasures is beyond imagination. However, your understanding of the divine beast is still far too lacking." The City Lord paused when he reached there before continuing, "Everyone, do you know what the divine beast's strength was when it first appeared in our Darkstar world?" Before anyone could say anything, Bai Jin continued, "He was an overgod. When he first appeared in our Darkstar world, he was only an overgod. Of course, a mere overgod is not enough to attract the attention of our Darkstar race. What truly made everyone remember him was when he brought back the corpse of an early divine king from the Two-World Mountain as a peak overgod. In the end, he exchanged the life-devouring beast's corpse for a large number of heavenly resources in the Hundred Saints City. Afterwards, he entered seclusion in the Hundred Saints City, and when he emerged, he had already become a god king. This breakthrough doesn't mean anything. Going from the peak of overgod to the level of divine king is only a single step," said the Vice City Lord of the city. The Vice City Master Xiesha said, "Although it was more difficult for the Outer Realms cultivators to make a breakthrough in the Dark Star realm compared to the Outer Realms, it was much easier compared to the Dark Star realm. There were many examples of Outer Realms cultivators making a breakthrough in a single night in the Dark Star realm." Bai Jin glanced at him. "That's right. If it was just a single breakthrough, it wouldn't mean anything. However, after he broke through to Divine King, he broke through again in just a year, going from early Divine King to mid-Divine King in a single stroke." "What? He went from early Divine King to mid-Divine King in just a year?" "A year. He broke through again in just a year. That's just unbelievable." The Vice City Lords and the upper echelon of the city all revealed disbelief when they heard Bai Jin's words. This was because once their cultivation reached the God King realm, if they wanted to advance further, every step would be incomparably difficult. "I heard that the Divine Beast wasn't Divine King at mid-Divine King, but late Divine King." At this moment, a member of the upper echelon of the city said softly, "Late Divine King? Did the Divine Beast break through again after breaking through to Divine King?" At that moment, everyone was shocked. Although they knew about the Divine Beast's existence, many of them did not know about the specific. As the City Lord of the city, Bai Jin naturally had a certain status in the Darkstar race. Therefore, he knew a lot of information. He continued, Once a cultivator from the outside world appears in the middle divine king, we have to eliminate them as much as possible. Therefore, after the divine beast left the 100 Saints city, someone from our race had already taken action against him. It was said that more than a dozen divine king were dispatched. One of them was a late divine king, while the other 5 were mid-divine king. Logically speaking, such a great force should have been more than enough to deal with a mid-divine king that had just broken through, but the result was the exact opposite. All the divine king, including the late divine king, were slain by the divine beast. The dead divine king were all people of Flying Phoenix City. A vice city lord of Flying Phoenix City was infuriated, so he personally led a group of experts to hunt down the divine beast. In the end, over a dozen divine king died, but they still failed to capture the divine beast. It fled into the depths of the Two-World Mountain in the end. The Two-World Mountain is a forbidden zone of our race. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we would never set foot in there, let alone the even more terrifying depth. Unless the people of our race are at the primordial realm, they'll basically die once they set foot in the depths of the Two-World Mountain. As a result, after the divine beast fled into the depths of the mountain, Flying Phoenix City could only give up on hunting it down. Afterwards, the divine beast vanished without a trace. When it appeared again, 2 years had already passed, and it was no longer a mid-divine king. Instead, it had broken through to late divine king. You all know what happened after that. That divine beast wreaked havoc in Flying Phoenix City. Flying Phoenix City's 108 kings and 36 lords all attacked together, but they couldn't kill it. Instead, many of Flying Phoenix City's 108 kings and 36 lords died. Even with Bai Jin's mental fortitude, he still shivered when he reached there. The divine beast's strength is beyond your imagination. Although it's only a late divine king, it definitely possesses the strength of a primordial realm expert. A late divine king can fight a primordial realm expert. Many of the upper echelon of Dark Knight City were stunned. They did not know how powerful the primordial realm experts of the outside world were, but they understood just how powerful the primordial realm experts of their race were. Even though the 108 kings and 36 lords were all peak god kings and all possessed powerful god-tier battle skills, they would not be able to defeat a primordial realm expert even if they worked together. Even if they had just broken through, they would not be able to defeat a primordial realm expert. In a year, it went from early divine king to mid-divine king, and then in 2 years, it went from mid-divine king to late divine king. Not only is this divine beast powerful, but its rate of cultivation is unbelievable as well. Does that mean the divine beast's rate of cultivation is so fast because it has ingested a large number of heavenly resources? Chapter 2789. The upper echelon of Dark Knight City was very shocked. Their race was suppressed by the senses of grand exalts of the wood spirit race in the Dark Star world, so every single breakthrough was extremely difficult. They needed to spend a lot of time trying to break through. Basically, every single God King would take 1,000,000 years to reach the level of God Kings, yet now that they heard that the Divine Beast had only used 3 years to go from early God King to late God King, all of their eyes had turned red with envy. Even the City Lord of Dark Knight City, Bai Jin, felt indescribable envy. If only we could break out of this damned prison. If it weren't for the suppression of the Grand Exalt's will, we would have become infinite primes long ago with our abilities. A member of the upper echelon of Dark Knight City looked at the sky and grumbled. Infinite primes are nothing. With the amount of time we've spent cultivating, we would have become chaotic primes long ago if we were in the outside world. Why would we be trapped in the Divine King realm right now? Said Xiesha. Although these people had never been to the outer world, there were many cultivators from the outer world in the Dark Star realm. Among them, there was no lack of heaven's prides from some of the peak powers. Thus, even though they were unable to step out of the Dark Star realm in their entire lives, they possessed a very clear understanding of the outer world. Enough, stop grumbling. If the ceremony succeeds, the limit of our race will be chaotic primes if nothing unexpected happens. At that time, the suppression of the Grand Exalt will weaken, and it'll be much easier for us to become infinite primes, said the City Lord of Dark Knight City. The City Lord of Anya City, by Jean said. His gaze was fixed on the drop of essence blood in his hand. He knew very well how important the essence blood of the mythological beast was to the grand ritual. Their Darkstar race had been preparing for this ceremony for countless years. The ceremony that would be held soon had been planned many years ago, but there was only a 70% chance of success. The appearance of the divine beast was completely outside of their plans. To the Darkstar race, this was a pleasant surprise that they had not expected at all. Because the bloodline power of the divine beast was too strong, with the help of the bloodline power, the success rate of the grand ritual would be raised from 70% to 90%. The Vice City Lord, Si Wuching, glanced in the direction of the city gate and showed a trace of regret. He said, "It's a pity that the cultivator from the outside world was so strong. If he had been sent to the depths of the Two-World Mountain to hunt the divine king realm life-sucking beast, he would have achieved very good result. There's nothing to feel pity about. This person's ability to fight above his level is too strong. If we don't kill him now, it will be even harder to kill him in the future," Vice City Lord Shueisha said. He had already retracted his divine sense that swept toward the city gate. He guessed that the martial artist from the outside world had already fallen. Because the divine king was only at the middle stage of the divine realm, no matter how strong he was, he would definitely die under Proud Ice King's divine battle skill, Doomsday Star. Well, since the matter at the city gate has been settled, let's not waste time here. Let's seize the time to refine this drop of blood essence. Bai Jin, the City Lord of Dark Knight City, spoke. He pondered for a while and continued, "The day of the grand ritual is getting closer and closer. The flesh and blood of the divine king realm life-sucking beast is also indispensable for the grand ritual. We must prepare more. Manager Hong, you must gather more cultivators from the outside world to hunt in the depths of the Two-World Mountain." This task was given by the great emperor himself. Yes, City Lord. Manager Hong was a white-haired old man. He assisted the City Lord of Dark Knight City, and he was in charge of handling trivial matters. He seemed to think of something, and he became troubled. He asked, "City Lord, the 7th Hall's leader is very prejudiced against cultivators from the outside world, and he has already breached the 100 Saints City. If we work with cultivators from the outside world now, won't the 7th Hall's leader become displeased?" All the upper echelon of Dark Knight City feared the 7th Hall's leader when he was mentioned. Not only was he a primordial realm expert, but he was also one of the leaders of the 10 Great Halls. He had countless divine king realm experts under his command. Even the vice leaders who had also reached the primordial realm listened to the 7th Hall's leader. Most importantly, the 7th Hall's leader had been in charge of the Darkstar race for the past 1,000 years. He could decide all the matters of the Darkstar race. Even the leaders of the other 9 halls had no right to interfere. He was the person with the greatest authority below the Darkstar Emperor. There's no need to worry. The 7th Hall's leader is only targeting the 100 Saints City. We just need to avoid recruiting the organizations that control the 100 Saints City. Moreover, we'll need to rely on cultivators from the outside world to hunt down the divine king realm life-devouring beast in the depths of Two-World Mountain. If we rely on our clansmen, the casualties will be extremely great, said Bai Jin. Yes, sir. With that, Bai Jin was about to lead everyone to continue refining the essence blood. However, just as he turned around, a surging killing intent suddenly erupted from the city gates. Bai Jin paused. He looked in the direction of the city gates, and a sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes. The divine king realm cultivator from the outside world was actually still alive after taking on an attack from the proud Ice King's god-tier battle skill, Doomsday Star? The deputy castellans and all the higher-ups beside Baijin had the same reaction as Baijin. Their faces were filled with astonishment. At the city gates of Anya City, the ancient city walls had long collapsed and turned into ruins. The energy storm formed by the explosion of the god-tier battle skill, Doomsday Star, was slowly dissipating. Jianshan's figure, which was submerged in the violent energy turbulence, gradually emerged. He was still floating in the air, looking battered and exhausted. His face was terrifyingly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had spent a lot of effort to force out this trace of blood. All his injuries and weakness were naturally fake. However, the surging killing intent emanating from his body was not fake at all. He really wanted to kill. Siyu's essence blood. They actually took out Siyu's essence blood. Every movement in Anya City could not escape Jianshan's powerful mind sense. He naturally discovered the drop of essence blood in Baijin's hand. This instantly ignited the anger in his heart, and made his killing intent erupt like a volcano. Essence blood was different from ordinary blood because it was the blood of the heart, the blood of life. It was self-evident that it was precious to any cultivator or divine beast. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or divine beasts, the essence blood in their bodies was extremely limited. Even a drop of it could cause great damage to their vitality. At this moment, he actually found a drop of Siyu's essence blood in Anya City. Anya City was only a city that was not ranked high among the 36 cities of the Darkstar clan. Its strength was only average. If such an ordinary city had a drop of Siyu's essence blood, how could the cities stronger than Anya City not have one? Darkstar clan, how dare you treat Siyu like this? I'll make you regret it. Jianshan roared in his heart. He found that Siyu's essence blood had become impure. It was contaminated with a trace of the aura of the Darkstar clan. Chapter 2790. The appearance of a drop of Siyu's blood completely infuriated Jianshan. His hair stood on end and his killing intent surged. Wielding a giant axe, he leaped over the ruined city walls and charged into Anya City. During this time, the law of strength wrapped around his body. He had already displayed the law of strength of the middle stage of the Divine King realm. Although he had not yet reached the late stage of the Divine King realm, he was getting closer and closer to it. This was because his current form was very compatible with the law of strength. It was as if he had invisibly resonated with the golden core of the law of strength in his body. The law of strength contained in the golden core of the law of strength seeped out bit by bit, and was absorbed by Jianshan to deepen his comprehension of the law of strength. The strength of the middle stage of the Divine King realm is not enough. My law of strength needs to make a breakthrough. Only by reaching the late stage of the Divine King realm can I deal with this situation. Although Jianshan was filled with killing intent, he did not lose his mind. He looked in the direction of the City Lord mansion. His eyes were cold and emotionless like the Grim Reaper from hell. Stop him! Don't let him enter the city! A loud shout came from Anya City. Immediately, many of the Divine King hiding in the city woke up. Anya City was the city of the Darkstar race. More than 90% of the people here were members of the Darkstar race. Less than 10% of the people here were from the outside world. If a battle broke out in the city, not to mention how much damage it would cause to Anya City, the number of low-level clansmen who would die in the aftermath of the battle would be innumerable. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, more than 20 figures soared into the sky and surrounded Jianshan from all directions. However, these people were all in the late stage of the Divine King realm. They were all in the late stage of the Divine King realm. The middle stage of the Divine King realm had not made any more moves. Everyone, back off! I will kill this man with my own hands. Just then, proud Ice King's voice was heard, with undisguised anger and gloom. He, the proud Ice King, had studied for millions of years before he finally mastered the divine-level battle skill, Doomsday Star. Previously, He had wanted to use it to kill this martial artist from the outside world. With his identity and status, using the divine fighting skill against a warrior in the middle stage of the Divine King realm was already making a fuss over nothing. Proud Ice King would not feel any sense of accomplishment even if he killed the outsider, but it was a great opportunity for him to display of the divine fighting skill, Doomsday Star. Of the dark star fighting skill. Proud Ice Kings. There were 108 kings in Dark Knight City. According to the rules, each king had to master at least one divine level battle skill. The competition was based on survival of the fittest. Among the divine kings, Proud Ice King was the only one who had not mastered a divine level fighting skill. Therefore, his status as one of the divine kings had always been a little unworthy of his title, which had always been a hindrance in his heart. Now, Proud Ice King had finally mastered the Doomsday Star. Just as he was about to display the divine level fighting skill in front of thousands of people and announce to the whole city that he had become one of the divine kings, he had never thought that the divine level fighting skill that he was so proud of could not even kill a warrior in the middle stage of the Divine King realm. What would the people of the Dark Knight City think of him? The divine level fighting skill that Proud Ice King had painstakingly comprehended was so weak? It was not even enough to kill a warrior in the middle stage of the Divine King realm? This immediately made Proud Ice King feel like his face was burning hot. He had lost all his face. Suddenly, a huge palm stretched out from the city. The palm was completely formed by energy. When it opened, it had a radius of more than 300 meters and could hold a part of the universe. Proud Ice King attacked again. He did not appear in person. He was still hiding somewhere in the city, attacking Jianshan from afar. Jianshan let out an angry roar. The firm muscles on his arms bulged, and the veins on his arms bulged. He exerted his strength to the limit. He held the axe with both hands and swung it again and again, forming a dense shadow of the axe in front of him. What powerful strength! Every attack is as powerful as ours. He can actually swing so many axes in one breath. Won't he be exhausted? Could it be that his strength is limitless? The 20 or so warriors in the late stage of the Divine King realm were all shocked when they saw this scene. In just half a second, Jianshan had swung his axe several dozen times with lightning-like speed. Every time he swung out, a huge shadow of the axe would appear and forcefully disperse the huge hand of energy that the Proud Ice King sent out. The Proud Ice King finally could not sit still in the city anymore. As if he had been greatly provoked, he suddenly appeared in the air with a cold snort. He stared at Jianshan coldly. He wore white clothes and had long, snow-white hair that reached his waist. He was extremely young, maintaining his appearance from when he was in his 20s. He was valiant and extraordinary. It's a glorious death for you to be able to force my original body out. You have the right to leave behind your name here, the Proud Ice King said coldly as he stood with his hands behind his back. Jianshan sneered. Without saying anything, he directly swung his axe. At the same time, he possessed a sliver of the power of the chaotic body. Humph, you're just a tiny pearl, yet you dare to compete with the moon? The Proud Ice King snorted coldly. He raised his hand calmly and directly reached towards Jianshan's axe. When his hand came in contact with the axe, the Proud Ice King's body shook violently. His face changed at that moment as well. What power! The Proud Ice King was secretly surprised. Great power surged in his hand, and he knocked the axe away with a violent jerk. When he looked at his hand again, he discovered that it had split open and was dripping with blood. Jianshan and the Proud Ice King engaged in an intense battle in the sky above Dark Knight City. He swung his axe in an airtight manner as he swung it at the Proud Ice King again and again. The Proud Ice King also demonstrated his great strength as one of the 108 kings. His strength had completely exceeded regular late Divine King realm expert. If he were in the Saints' world, he would be able to rank within the top 100 of the Divine King realm. He played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. He did not want to clash with Jianchen directly. Instead, he used his advantage of higher cultivation to engage in an intense battle with Jianchen. Jianchen was obviously not the opponent of such an expert, as he was only at the partial Divine King realm. He was firmly suppressed by the proud Ice King. The supreme quality Saint artifact in his hand had become rather dim after enduring the proud Ice King's attacks. It seemed like it could not last much longer. Dark Night City below was affected as well. The shock waves of energy destroyed many streets and buildings. A large number of weaker cultivators fled in panic. Proud Ice King, if you don't deal with this person quickly, Dark Night City will be destroyed by your hands. A loud voice rang out from Dark Night City. It was filled with mockery. The person who spoke was also one of the 108 kings of Dark Night City. He had always been at odds with the proud Ice King. At the same time, a few of the 108 kings of Dark Night City had already disappeared. A large number of late Divine King realm experts had also disappeared. They had all concealed their auras and spread out in all directions, forming a net. They had already formed an inescapable net, locking down the entire area. They were preparing to prevent Jianchen from escaping. Let alone Dark Night City, the entire Dark Star race would not let such a powerful outsider escape. Proud Ice King was enraged after being provoked by these words. He no longer held back, and an ice sword instantly appeared in his hand. The sword was a supreme quality Saint artifact. It was also Proud Ice King's strongest weapon. Once the sword appeared, it meant that Proud Ice King was no longer holding back. He was going all out. At the same time, in the City Lord's mansion. City Lord, everything has been set up inside and outside the city. I guarantee that the outsider won't be able to escape, Steward Hong reported to Bai Jin, the City Lord of Dark Night City. Chapter 2791. Gale King, Sword King, Shadow King, Sky Fist King, and Earthshaker King have all become 108 kings longer than Proud Ice King. They are all stronger than Proud Ice King. Isn't it overkill to send 6 kings to deal with an outsider who is only at the middle stage of the Divine King realm? Deputy City Lord Blood Hangman said. Don't underestimate any outsider who can challenge those of a higher realm. Most of them have obtained incredible inheritances and mastered all kinds of strange secret skills. It won't be easy to kill them. Bai Jin looked at Jianchen, who was fighting with Proud Ice King, and continued, Don't underestimate Proud Ice King because he has the upper hand. It's almost impossible for him to kill that outsider. So, we need a few more people. So what if it's like killing a chicken with a butcher's cleaver? As long as we can kill that outsider, let alone 6 kings, even if all the 108 kings move out, so what? Bai Jin seemed indifferent, but he was determined to kill Jianchen. If he was just an ordinary divine king, the Dark Star tribe might be more lenient. However, Jianchen was too strong. The Dark Star tribe would never allow such a powerful outsider to live in their own world. As soon as Bai Jin gave the order, 5 powerful auras surged in the Dark Night City. Gale King, Sword King, Shadow King, Sky Fist King, and Earthshaker King appeared. Together with Proud Ice King, the 6 kings attacked Jianchen together. Why are you here? I alone am enough to kill this person. Why do you need to do it? The appearance of the 5 kings made Proud Ice King's expression change. He shouted angrily. He was very unwilling. He knew that if the 6 kings took action, the warrior from the outer world would have no chance of surviving. However, this was not the result that Proud Ice King wanted. He wanted to personally kill the warrior from the outer world who had humiliated him in front of the entire city. Proud Ice King, don't force yourself. If you could really kill him, he would have died at the city gate. He wouldn't be alive until now. Among the 5 kings who came to help, one of them chuckled sarcastically. The Proud Ice King didn't say anything. Cold light flickered in his eyes and his face was extremely gloomy. After that, the kings stopped talking. They all tacitly took up one side each, forming an inescapable net that surrounded Jianchen. The Gale Wind King had comprehended the Gale Law, and his speed was extremely fast. He floated high up in the sky, and a gale immediately blew between the heaven and earth. He seemed to have become one with the gale that was wreaking havoc between the heaven and earth. His figure was very agile, and his movements were like a phantom that was difficult to capture. Battle Sword King wielded a long sword that emitted a dazzling radiance. He comprehended the laws of the sword. With a wave of his long sword, a dense layer of sword shadows instantly appeared in the air. The Shadow King was just like his name. He looked like an illusory shadow that alternated between reality and illusion. It was very strange. The Heaven Fist King and the Earth Shaker King were both tall and sturdy men. They were even more ferocious than Jianchen's current appearance. They were over 3 meters tall and looked like two small giants. The two of them were known for their strength. The Heaven Fist King had comprehended the laws of the fist. His attacks were extremely fast, and his fists were like a violent storm. The Earth Shaker King comprehended the laws of the earth. Yellow light flickered around his body, and a layer of armor condensed from the laws of the earth appeared on his body. It gave off an indestructible feeling. The few of them launched a fierce attack on Jianchen as soon as they arrived. Even though they felt that it was making a mountain out of a molehill to deal with a mere divine king realm martial artist from the outside world with the strength of 6 kings, they did not hold back at all when they really started fighting. Jianchen immediately felt a mountainous pressure when the 6 of them worked together. It was already rather difficult for him to deal with the proud Ice King with his strength as a mid-divine king realm martial artist. Now that the 5 kings were no weaker than the proud Ice King, he immediately became powerless. It's already extremely impressive for me to be able to fight the proud Ice King with my strength as a mid-divine king realm martial artist. Now that the Darkstar race has sent out 6 kings, it'll be abnormal if I still manage to fight them. It'll be very suspicious, Jianchen thought. At the same time, the Heaven Fist King arrived behind him and directly threw a punch. With a thought, Jianchen began to retract his chaotic force as much as he could, gathering all of it into his Naiden so that the defenses of the chaotic body would be reduced to a minimum. Just when the Heaven Fist King's fist was about to land on his back, he unleashed the will of the ultimate way of the sword. He condensed an invisible sword chi and stabbed it viciously at his back. With a thud, the Heaven Fist King's tough fist struck Jianchen's back with great force. Jianchen vomited a mouthful of blood. His back was reduced to a bloody mess as he was blown away. The Celestial Fist King frowned slightly. He stared at Jianchen's back that had already become bloody as a sliver of doubt appeared in his eyes. When he had struck Jianchen's back with his punch, he felt like something was off. However, where did this feeling come from? He was momentarily at a loss as well. The proud Ice King, the Sword King, the Shadow King, the Earthshaker King, and the Gale King did not stand by idly either. They all struck out, causing winds to wreak havoc in the sky above Dark Night City as booms constantly rang out. Most of them chose to launch powerful energy attacks at Jianchen from afar. Very rarely did they come into physical contact with Jianchen. However, without any exception, all the people who came into physical contact with Jianchen experienced a strange feeling when they heavily injured Jianchen. However, they were unable to pinpoint the source of the problem. Under the merciless attacks of the 6 kings, Jianchen's wounds increased. In just a short while, he was completely covered in blood. He vomited mouthful after mouthful of blood. Anyone who saw his current appearance would think that he was severely injured and on the brink of death. Jianchen bellowed out at the sky. His eyes had become scarlet, as if he had gone mad. He resisted as hard as he could. The laws of strength revolved around him. Even though his power of laws was being dispersed time and time again, he continued to resist tenaciously. During this process, the golden core of laws within him leaked out faster and faster. All of them were absorbed by Jianchen, allowing him to comprehend them at an extremely rapid rate. As a result, his understanding of the laws of strength became more and more complete and richer. At this moment, he was only a step away from breaking through to late Divine King realm with the laws of strength. The physical strength of this foreign fighter is actually so great. Even when the 6 kings work together, they still can't kill him in a short amount of time. The City Lord, by Jean, sighed in amazement within the City Lord's estate. Afterwards, he showed some pity and said regretfully, "It's just a pity that such a prodigy isn't from our clan, or our clan would have gained another primordial realm expert." Chapter 2792. Everyone agreed with Blood Hangman's words. All the higher-ups of Dark Knight City had witnessed the powerful combat strength displayed by this outsider. This made them all fearful and even cast a shadow over the hearts of some of the higher-ups. Naturally, they wanted to kill this outsider as soon as possible. He was only in the Middle Divine King realm, and the 108 kings had already taken action. If he broke through to the late Divine King realm, even by Jean, who was recognized as the strongest person in Dark Knight City, might not be his opponent. This kind of strength had already made some of the higher-ups of Dark Knight City afraid. On the other side, in the sky above Dark Knight City, where the energy was raging, Genshin's injuries were increasing. There were even several penetrating wounds that penetrated from his chest to his back. Under the joint attack of the 6 kings of Dark Knight City, his resistance was getting weaker and weaker. His life aura was also getting weaker and weaker. He was like a candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. At this moment, all the warriors in Dark Knight City, whether it was the small group of warriors from the outside world or the many members of the Dark Star clan, were closely watching the fierce battle in the sky from afar. "Look, the outsider can't hold on any longer. Humph! He dares to go against our Dark Star clan. Only death awaits him. That outsider must be tired of living. How dare he come to our Dark Knight City to make trouble? Death is not to be regretted." Such clamors came from all over Dark Knight City. The voices were not suppressed at all, and all of them were full of ridicule for the outsider. Within a large courtyard in Dark Knight City, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the master of the house stood with his hands behind his back. He said to the dozen or so cultivators who had come from the outside world, "You cultivators from the outside world have come to our Dark Star clan. All you need to do is obediently serve as slaves, and our Dark Star clan will naturally not mistreat you. However, if you dare to be impudent, look, this will be your fate." With that, the middle-aged man pointed at the distant sky arrogantly. Yes. Don't worry, caretaker. We won't forget our identities. We'll definitely do what we need to do obediently. We won't cause any trouble for you." The cultivators from the outside world were not particularly powerful. The strongest among them was only an early overgod. They were all submissive when the middle-aged man scolded them. They did not dare to disobey him. Only after the middle-aged man had left did they dare to look into the distance. Sympathy and reluctance appeared on their faces, as well as some sorrow. This sorrow seemed to be something that would only appear when someone they knew passed away. A while later, the strongest overgod said, "Let's go. Let's get to work. We won't be able to interfere in a battle of that level with our strength." The cultivators from the outside world all seemed rather silent. In a foreign land, especially a world where the Dark Star race had oppressed them, they would feel a sense of closeness whenever they met someone from the outside world. Now that they saw their clansmen about to die in the battle against the Dark Star race, they all felt rather depressed. "Once I become the Divine King, I'll definitely leave this godforsaken place. I don't want to stay here any longer," said a fat woman whose face was covered in scars. She had originally been a beautiful woman, but in order to better protect herself in the Dark Star race, she had no choice but to change herself into this appearance. At the same time, an old man sat in an inconspicuous restaurant in a corner of Dark Knight City as he drank. He was also a cultivator from the outside world. He was an early divine king. Sigh, if the 100 Saints city was still around, our lives would be slightly better. However, ever since the city was destroyed, we no longer have any backing. The old man sighed as he sighed. The old man shook his head and sighed. There was some worry between his brows as he murmured, "Next time, the city lord's estate actually wants me to kill a God-King realm life-sucking beast. Otherwise, I won't be able to live a good life. But how can a God-King realm life-sucking beast be killed so easily? It's just that the way out has been sealed up by the Dark Star clan. I can't leave even if I want to. Who knows how much longer I can remain here." The old man suddenly looked in the direction of the battle in the distance. He also felt pity. If the 100 Saints city was still around, he definitely wouldn't have died. At the very least, he wouldn't have died in Dark Knight City. But now, sigh, in the distance, a heavy sound suddenly rang out. The Heaven's Fist King had landed a punch on Jian Chen's chest from above, causing him to fall from the sky and sink deep into the ground. Sword cleaving yin and yang. The Battle Sword King struck out as well. He used a battle skill, and his sword became several dozen meters long. It fell from the sky with tremendous might as he prepared to kill Jianchen with a final strike. However, when the Battle Sword King's sword had only fallen halfway, the entire ground of Dark Knight City suddenly shook. Afterwards, the powerful presence of a late divine king suddenly erupted. Ha ha ha, the 108 kings of Dark Knight City are nothing more than that. Not only have they failed to kill me, but they've even assisted me in breaking through. Jianchen's voice rang out from underground as laws several times more powerful than before condensed in the air. Oh no! The expressions of the Battle Sword King, the Heaven Fist King, the Shadow King, the Gale King, the Proud Ice King, and the Earthshaker King all changed. Their expressions became somewhat solemn at this moment. He had actually broken through. They never thought that an outsider cultivator would actually break through at this critical moment. The Divine King was already so difficult to deal with when he was only at the mid-stage. Now that he had stepped into the late stage of the Divine King realm, it was even more unimaginable. At the same time, in the Dark Knight City Lord's manner, Bai Jin's expression abruptly changed, becoming incomparably solemn. Beside him, the expressions of the several Vice City Lords and some of the upper echelons were also very unsightly. Whoosh! All of a sudden, an ear-piercing sound rang out. A gigantic axe surrounded by the laws of strength flew out from the ground with lightning speed, colliding with the longsword of Battle Sword King who was descending from the sky. Clang! The Battle Sword King's sword let out a crisp sound as it was sent flying like a flying stone. A small crack appeared on it. Sensing the existence of the crack, the Battle Sword King was astounded. Disbelief filled his face. This was because the grade of his sword was extremely high. Even though it was a Supreme Quality Saint artifact, it was a level higher than many Supreme Quality Saint artifacts. It could be considered a pseudo-god artifact. Even the City Lord of Dark Knight City, Bai Jin, would not be able to leave a single mark on it. Yet now, the sword had actually cracked after taking a single strike from the axe. This made him feel extremely terrified. Jianchen shot into the sky like an arrow. He arrived before the Battle Sword King in an instant. The laws of power on his fist surged as he punched towards the Battle Sword King's chest. Regardless of whether it was the speed or the strength behind this punch, it was much, much stronger than before. Like a hot knife through butter, the fist tore through Sword King Battlesword's protective sword chi, shattering the armor he was wearing, and shattering Sword King's chest. Spurt! Battle Sword King opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale as he was sent flying. Jianchen did not show any mercy. He took the unrivaled Void Step and caught up to the Battle Sword King in just 2 steps. His fist turned into a palm and slammed down towards the Battle Sword King's head. Chapter 2793. Pa! With a crisp sound, the Sword King's head suddenly exploded, crushed by Jianchen's palm strike like a fragile watermelon. The Sword King, one of the 108 kings of Dark Knight City, had died. Having reached late Divine King with the laws of strength, Jianshan seemed to have reached a whole new level. His battle prowess had increased by several times, and he was on a completely different level from before. Before his breakthrough, he even struggled to deal with the proud Ice King, who was slightly weaker than the Sword King. Now that he had broken through, killing the stronger Sword King would not be too difficult for him at all. Of course, it was not entirely due to the increase in the laws of strength that he could achieve this. The main reason was because he had used the breakthrough as a disguise, using a sliver of the chaotic body's power. He had been paving the way for his ability to fight above his level of cultivation when he was a mid-divine king, leaving behind a deep impression in the hearts of everyone in Dark Knight City that he possessed extraordinary battle prowess. Now that he had broken through to late Divine King, his display of power was even more extraordinary, so it was fitting for him to clean up. The proud Ice King, Skyfist King, Earthshaker King, Gale King, and Shadow King were all stunned when they saw the Sword King's corpse fall from the sky. All of them stared at the lifeless Sword King in shock as disbelief filled their eyes. War Sword King! War Sword King has fallen! This is impossible! This is impossible! Proud Ice King was in a daze. War Sword King's strength was definitely much stronger than his own. But in the end, such a powerful War Sword King had fallen in a single exchange. This caused great waves to surge in his heart. For a moment, he simply couldn't accept this reality. How can an outsider break through to late Divine King from mid-Divine King to late Divine King be so much stronger? The proud Ice King could not understand no matter how he thought about it. They were both late Divine King, so why would there be such a huge difference? Moreover, he was one of the more powerful late Divine King, one of the 108 kings of Dark Knight City. However, compared to the outsider who had just broken through, the 108 kings he was so proud of was actually so weak. The Battle Sword King had fallen. This caused the proud Ice King, Earthshaker King, Sky Fist King, Shadow King and Gale King to stop. They could already tell that the Battle Sword King couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jianshan. Jianshan's strength caused them to feel fear in their hearts. This person was simply undefeatable. However, they had stopped. Jianshan was not going to show them any mercy. His eyes were fixed on Ao Bing Wang, who was the weakest among them. Ao Bing Wang was the first one to deal with him. Seeing that Jianshan was looking at him, Ao Bing King's heart tightened. When he saw Jianshan's cold eyes, which were filled with killing intent, Ao Bing King was so scared that his face changed. At this moment, he no longer had the dignity and arrogance of being one of the 108 kings. Similarly, he no longer had the arrogance he had when he first appeared. Instead, he was like a stray dog, fleeing towards the city lord's mansion without any will to fight. Ao Bing King had seen how the Battle Sword King had fallen. Even someone as strong as the Battle Sword King could not withstand the combined attacks of the three kings. How would he dare to fight against Jianshan? Jianshan's eyes were cold. He did not heal his injuries. His body was covered in blood, and he looked like a grim reaper from hell. He took a step forward, and his body instantly slid a few hundred feet forward. At the same time, he threw out a punch. The surging law of power condensed in the void and punched towards Ao Bing Wang. This punch seemed to have broken through the void, causing layers of ripples to appear in the void. The terrifying power contained in the punch seemed to have passed through the void, and from a distance, it directly struck the back of the proud Ice King, who had already fled thousands of feet away. Another muffled sound rang out as the terrifying power vibrated in the void. The armor on proud Bing Huang's body was shattered. The law of force penetrated his body and instantly crushed his organs. Even a small part of his body was pulverized. The punch was just too powerful, so powerful that it was not something a body of flesh and blood could withstand. Even though the bodies of divine kings were no longer flesh and blood, They were as weak as tofu before Jianshan's law of power after his breakthrough. Proud Ice King let out a muffled groan. His face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His body fell down powerlessly like a kite with a broken string. Jianshan moved. His burly body, which was covered in blood, shot out like a cannonball. He collided with the air and made a loud explosion. His speed was just too fast. He arrived in front of Ao Bing Wang in an instant. Without any fancy moves, he raised his fist and punched Ao Bing Wang's head with a simple punch. It was domineering and violent. No! Proud Ice King let out a roar of unwillingness. His despair was filled with unwillingness. He had just comprehended a divine-level battle skill and secured his position as one of the 108 kings. What awaited him in the future was fame, respect, and glory. He was not willing to fall just like that. However, he was powerless to resist Jianshan's overbearing punch. Jianshan's punch landed and Ao Bing Wang was dead. Only 2 breaths had passed since Jianshan broke through in the desperate situation. Yet, Sword King and Ao Bing Wang of the 108 divine kings of Anya City had died one after another. The speed of the 2 divine kings' deaths was so fast that many people in Anya City did not recover from their shock. It was only when Jianshan attacked the 3rd divine king, Heavenly Fist King, that the martial artists who were watching the battle from afar came back to their senses. Immediately there was an uproar. The members of the Dark Star tribe were terrified. The deaths of the 2 divine kings made them sad and angry. At the same time, it made them feel as if the sky was falling down. A small number of martial artists from the outside world were excited. Their faces were filled with joy. In the Dark Star realm, all of them had to lower their voices and behave in a submissive manner. Normally, they would be bullied by the Dark Star race. Now that they saw their companions who came from the same world as them displaying their might in the Dark Star race and killing 2 great kings in such a clean manner, all of them felt extremely satisfied and carefree. The 108 divine kings of Anya City, kill this person quickly. At the same time, Bai Jin's cold voice sounded from the city lord's residence. His firm and decisive tone revealed his determination to not give up until Jianshan was dead. Such a powerful martial artist from the outside world. Even if the Dark Star tribe had to use the entire city's power, they would still have to kill him. This was because this had far exceeded the bottom line of the Dark Star tribe that they could accept from the outside world. Without Bai Jin's command, the 108 divine kings hidden in various parts of Anya City had already begun to move. They flew out from various places. At the same time, the 36 divine kings of Anya City all appeared. Their auras were monstrous and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. They all gathered in the city lord's residence. This person's strength is beyond our imagination. If we let the 108 divine kings deal with him, even if we win in the end, we will suffer heavy casualties. City Lord, the 36 of us should attack together. A young man from the 36 divine kings said. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Clearly, he had also observed the battle with his divine sense. Chapter 2794. The 36 lords had clearly witnessed how Jianshan had killed the proud Ice King and Sword King. His strength made even the guardians of Dark Night City fear him. Although the 36 lords were above the 108 kings in terms of both ranking and status, all of them knew that they were not much stronger than the 108 kings in terms of strength. There would never be a situation where the disparity in strength was so great that it would be impossible for them to crush the 108 kings. In fact, some of the 108 kings were not much weaker than them in terms of battle prowess. The Sword King, on the other hand, could barely be considered one of them due to his powerful attacks from the laws of the sword. If the Sword King, who was not much weaker than them, had fallen so quickly, the 36 lords would probably only be able to last a few more rounds. In other words, the strength of this outsider cultivator was enough to crush any one of the 36 lords. Bai Jin clearly understood this as well. After nodding slightly, he immediately gave the order for the remaining 108 kings to keep Jianshan busy, while the 36 lords immediately prepared to set up an encirclement of the encirclement. In the sky above Dark Night City, a total of 106 peak Divine King experts engaged in an intense battle with Jianshan. Deafening booms constantly rang out as powerful energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, forming violent shock waves that swept out in all directions. When the shock waves of energy reached the city below, large swathes of buildings collapsed. Countless ancient pavilions were reduced to ruins. The formations protecting these buildings were unable to withstand the violent shock waves at all. Dark Night City had fallen into chaos. Many Darkstar cultivators fled out of the city in panic, as if the end of the world had arrived. In a corner of Dark Night City, the Divine King who had been drinking in a tavern earlier stood on the roof of the tavern. He held a flagon of alcohol in his hand as he stared at Jianshan, who was fighting the 108 kings, in shock. Pata! The wine jug in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The wine splashed out and soaked his cloth shoes. However, the old man was completely unaware of this. He only stared with a pair of old eyes, filled with shock as he stared into the distance. This person? Just who is this person? He's actually this powerful. Could it be that he's the successor of the Grand Exalt? From what he knew, probably only the successor of a Grand Exalt possessed such heaven-defying battle prowess, even though he had never seen the successor of a Grand Exalt before. At this time, a shocking explosion came from afar. One of the 108 kings of Dark Night City had used a god-tier battle skill, but it was shattered in midair. A powerful shockwave spread out from afar, pushing the old man's body back. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. At this moment, the old man was at least 10 miles away from the battlefield. This battle has humiliated the Darkstar race. After this battle, the Darkstar race will probably target foreign cultivators like us even more. Dark Night City is not a place we can stay in for long, the old man hesitated. After a moment of internal struggle, he turned around and flew out of the city. On the other side, the battlefield rapidly approached the city lord's estate with Jianshan at the center. His battle against the 108 kings had reached a white-hot stage. Both sides were extremely intense. The 108 kings of Dark Night City did not hold back at all against someone as powerful as Jianshan. They used everything they had. Various powerful secret techniques and god-tier battle skills shone with dazzling light in the sky, unleashing shocking power. At a time like this, they could no longer care about the city below. So what if the city was destroyed? All of them knew that killing Jianshan was their top priority right now. If they did not kill someone like him, and allowed him to remain in the Darkstar race, the threat he posed to the Darkstar race would be far too great. Jianshan became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The laws of strength coiled around the huge axe in his hands. Every swing was heavy and powerful, causing the air to explode. Every swing was able to send a powerful king flying. None of the 108 kings of Dark Night City could receive a single swing from him. If it were not for the fact that the 108 kings were all keeping him busy, preventing him from attacking the same person a second time, they probably would have suffered heavy casualties long ago. Damn it, if the proud Ice King and the Battle Sword King were still alive, they would never have let this outsider live until now. Now that the proud Ice King and the Battle Sword King are dead, our million formations can't be formed. Otherwise, killing this person would be as easy as crushing an ant. The 108 kings who were fighting Jianshan all roared out furiously. Many of them had been sent flying by Jianshan's axe. This made them feel extremely vexed despite their lofty statuses. Arg! At this moment, a miserable cry rang out. The supreme quality Saint Artifact's spear in one of the king's hands had been cleaved in half by Jianshan's axe. The axe did not slow down at all, landing on the king's chest with supreme force. However, His miserable cry only lasted for an instant before it came to a halt. The laws of strength had penetrated his body and directly pulverized his soul. He was dead. The third king had fallen. Destruction Spear King. In the surroundings, many kings cried out. 3 kings directly launched a sneak attack from behind Jianchen. The 3 supreme quality saint artifacts all radiated with powerful pulses of energy, stabbing towards Jianchen's head and heart. Jianchen's axe moved with him. He suddenly turned around, and the axe in his hand drew a semicircle in the air, colliding with the 3 supreme quality saint artifacts. He did not move at all, while the 3 kings were constantly pushed back by the powerful force. However, just as Jianchen pushed back the 3 kings, a sword silently appeared behind him like a venomous snake. It stabbed out with lightning-like speed, and a figure could vaguely be seen flashing behind him. This was the Umber King's attack. He had transformed into a blur, concealing his presence as he launched a sudden attack. Jianchen sneered. He did not even turn around. Instead, he grabbed the sword behind him and swung down with his axe. Spurt. The Shadow King did not manage to dodge the axe. His body was split into 2 halves, and his primordial spirit did not manage to escape either. The 4th king had fallen. After the Dark Shadow King, more and more kings fell one after another. The 7th king, the 8th king, the 9th king, the 13th king. In a short period of time, 20 kings had fallen one after another. With so many kings falling, the remaining kings all felt a chill run down their spines, and their eyes were filled with fear. This martial artist from the outside world was too strong. He was so strong that he was abnormal. After fighting for so long, many kings were already thinking of retreating. The 36 lords' encirclement formation had not been formed yet. Suddenly, the entire sky lit up. A powerful sword light shot out from the city lord's mansion like a bolt of lightning. It flashed between heaven and earth, and instantly arrived in front of Jianchen. The sharp sword intent swept across heaven and earth, forming an invisible prison that trapped Jianchen within. It had the power to change the world with one strike. Chapter 2795. Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed as he was enveloped by Bai Jin's sword. He immediately fixed his gaze on Bai Jin and became surprised. His laws of the sword had already reached the level of sword immortals, and he had comprehended the ultimate way of the sword as well, so his understanding of the laws of the sword had reached an extremely profound level. As a result, as soon as Bai Jin struck out, Jianchen understood the laws of the sword extremely clearly. He understood all of Bai Jin's strength. He could not help but think of a supreme divine king called Zhu Wen he had met in the Azure Poseidon Palace. Zhu Wen was an extremely renowned divine king in the saints' world. He was so powerful that he ranked second on the divine king rankings, only second to Aoyama. As a divine king, he possessed battle prowess that was no weaker than a first heavenly layer infinite prime. The strength Bai Jin had displayed right now was even greater than Zhu Wen's in the Azure Poseidon Palace. Only Aoyama, who ranked first on the divine king rankings, could surpass Bai Jin. Bai Jin's actions made the kings who surrounded Jianchen relax. Many of them secretly let out a sigh of relief. They all backed away subconsciously, leaving enough space for Bai Jin and Jianchen. In the eyes of the kings, Bai Jin's strength could only be described as unfathomable. Whether it was the kings or the 36 rulers, they all obeyed Bai Jin obediently. They basically listened to everything he said. No one dared to challenge Bai Jin. The city lord's comprehension of the laws of the sword seems to have increased again. It looks like the city lord is very close to the primordial realm. The city lord is only a step away from the primordial realm. As a matter of fact, he's already half a step away. Many of the kings were secretly surprised when they sensed the might of Bai Jin's attack. However, they also understood that even if Bai Jin truly was half a step away from the primordial realm, he was not truly at the primordial realm. Completely crossing this threshold would be extremely difficult. It would be thousands of times more difficult than the cultivators of the outside world. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shaking rumble interrupted everyone's thoughts. Immediately, a powerful energy storm swept over, causing the bodies of the 108 kings to sway uncontrollably. Jianshan's axe had already collided with Bai Jin's sword. The sharp sword qi clashed with the laws of strength on the axe. Jianshan's laws of strength finally showed signs of defeat, completely dispersed by Bai Jin's sword qi. Meanwhile, Bai Jin's entire right arm was numb. His hand, which was holding the sword, was throbbing with pain. However, in the next moment, he erupted with a surging streak of light. The streak of light was so powerful that it reached several thousand meters into the sky. From afar it seemed like a huge sword that hung in the sky, shining with endless light. Afterwards, it directly slashed down towards Jianshan. Immediately, the pressure of the surroundings flooded over. The streak of light that was several thousand meters long seemed to slice the surroundings apart. Bai Jin's strike possessed the power of a first heavenly layer infinite prime. Jianshan seemed to be greatly threatened. He roared out furiously, and his body swelled up. The laws of strength in the surroundings gathered over madly. Afterwards, he threw his axe into the sky with all his strength. Boom! With a great sound, the axe that Jianshan had thrown exploded loudly when it approached Bai Jin's streak of light. Bai Jin's attack that was equivalent to a first heavenly layer infinite prime rapidly weakened under the storm of energy from the explosion. However, the explosion of a supreme quality saint artifact was still unable to completely nullify the attack. The remaining streak of light landed on Jianshan's head, leaving behind a thin, bloody mark on his forehead. Of course, Jianshan had purposefully left this mark on himself. Or perhaps it should be said that he had used the sword qi from the ultimate way of the sword on Bai Jin's mark. Otherwise, with the toughness of his chaotic body, even second heavenly layer infinite primes would not be able to break through his defenses, let alone first heavenly layer infinite primes. With a flip of his hand, another axe appeared in Jianshan's hand. Although it was different in shape from before, it was still a supreme quality saint artifact. He had collected many space rings from the two-world mountain, and he had obtained quite a few supreme quality saint artifacts. There were 5 or 6 axe-type supreme quality saint artifacts, so he did not have to worry about not having enough saint artifacts to use. However, just when he was about to continue attacking Bai Jin, his face suddenly changed. He had already sensed that the encirclement formation of the 36 lords was ready. It was about to turn into a powerful killing formation. There are 144 spiritual veins beneath Dark Night City. The encirclement formation of the 36 lords actually resonates with the 36 spiritual veins, creating a resonance of energy. With the two combined, the encirclement formation is powerful enough to easily kill first heavenly layer infinite primes. Jianshan could see through everything with the senses of his soul. Whether it was the 100 Kings formation that Bai Jin and the others discussed in the City Lord's estate or the encirclement formation, none of it escaped his ears. However, the power of the encirclement formation made him frown. Although the formation was no different from child's play in his eyes, he was currently acting as a late divine king. The strength he displayed when he could fight Bai Jin was already impressive enough. If the encirclement formation that could even kill primordial realm experts was unable to do anything to him, then it would be a little too much. The encirclement formation will be complete in a few seconds. I need to end this quickly, Jianshan thought. He stared at the space ring in Bai Jin's hand. In the next moment, his presence rapidly weakened. The frailness on his face became heavier and heavier. Even a faint flame appeared on his burly body. The flame seemed to be the flames of life. As the flame burned brighter and brighter, his presence became weaker and weaker. In exchange, he developed an even more powerful and terrifying presence. Oh no, he's using a powerful secret technique at the cost of damaging himself. Everyone, be careful. Don't let him escape at a time like this. A king among the 108 kings called out. Immediately, all the kings moved out, guarding the various directions. They all knew that the encirclement formation was about to be completed. They could not let this outsider escape at a time like this. The city lord of Anya City, by Jean, was emotionless. His sword trembled, forming a net that enveloped Jianchen. He had already made up his mind. Whether this outsider risked his life or fled, he had to keep him here. He could not let him leave the range of the encirclement formation. There's only 2 seconds left before the encirclement formation is complete. This time you're dead for sure, thought Bai Jin. However, as soon as Bai Jin thought of that, his expression changed drastically. An unprecedented feeling of danger suddenly filled his heart. Before him, a huge axe was slashing towards him with monstrous might. Dao's severing sword technique. Bai Jin reacted quickly as well. With a roar, he unleashed a god-tier battle skill, sending out a shocking sword chi that clashed with the axe, creating a loud boom. However, it was still not enough. The axe cleaved through Bai Jin's god-tier battle skill and the remaining power slashed towards Bai Jin's right hand, severing his entire right arm. Bai Jin let out a muffled groan as he looked at his right arm that was falling from the sky. His eyes were filled with anxiety because his right arm was still wearing an interspatial ring. He could not afford to lose this ring. Just when he was about to grab his severed right arm, Jianchen suddenly appeared. He grabbed Bai Jin's severed right arm and retreated without any hesitation. Chapter 2796. The 108 kings around were startled. They subconsciously looked at Bai Jin's severed right arm with a touch of horror in their eyes. But immediately, they realized the consequences of losing Bai Jin's space ring. This suddenly made all of their faces change. At this moment it was not just Bai Jin. The remaining 108 kings, as well as the 36 lords who were nearing the end of the encirclement, all became extremely ugly. Their faces were filled with anxiety and panic. They knew too well how precious Bai Jin's space ring was. It was not because of the resources inside, but because the drop of divine beast blood essence distributed by Darkstar the Great was inside. This drop of divine beast blood essence was an important thing related to the success rate of the grand ritual. It could not be lost. Otherwise, once the grand ritual was affected, they would become sinners of the entire clan. If it really came to that point, their own deaths would instead be a trivial matter, because their families and even their relatives would restrain themselves from being implicated. In short, losing the divine beast blood essence. The consequences would be very serious. Stop him. Quickly stop his path. Don't let this person leave Dark Knight City. At this moment, all the 108 kings panicked. The few deputy city lords and some higher-ups who were still stationed in the city lord's mansion also panicked. Everyone flew out of the city lord's mansion and chased after Jianchen at the fastest speed. The voice of the deputy city lord, Blood Hangman, came from afar. All divine king of Dark Knight City, listen to my order. Stop this person. If anyone disobeys, kill without mercy. Blood Hangman directly issued a death order, using his authority as the deputy city lord to order the entire city. As soon as his order came out, some of the divine king of Dark Knight City, who did not know the inside story, were stunned. Many people wondered if their ears had misheard. Wasn't it just dealing with an outer realm martial artist? Although this outer realm martial artist was very strong, was there a need to mobilize so many people? Not only did he want all divine king of the city to attack, but he also wanted to kill them without mercy? We, the divine king, are existences with a certain status in the tribe. Although this Blood Hangman is the deputy city lord, when did the deputy city lord have such great authority to directly control our life and death? That's right, we didn't do anything wrong. Not to mention Blood Hangman, even the city lord Bai Jin doesn't have the authority to control our life and death. What does Blood Hangman think he is? The Blood Hangman's words immediately provoked the dissatisfaction of many divine king. Each and every one of them felt indignant and resentful towards the blood hangman. Even so, many divine kings still soared into the sky, exuding powerful auras as they fearlessly flew towards Jianchen. Formation, open. At the same time, the 36 sovereigns' expressions were incomparably solemn. With a shout, they activated the encirclement formation in half a breath's time. Their faces rapidly paled, and some of them even vomited blood. They had suffered quite the backlash from activating the encirclement formation prematurely. Extremely powerful pulses of energy suddenly appeared from the depths of Dark Night City. A tremendous amount of energy surged out from the 36 spiritual veins hidden underground, forming 36 huge pillars of energy that shot into the sky. They fused with the 36 sovereigns who had cast down the encirclement formation. It seemed like every single one of the 36 sovereigns was enveloped by a huge pillar of energy. They were like gods that had descended upon the mortal world. They seemed like divine beings. Afterwards, a huge barrier of energy rapidly descended from the sky with the 36 sovereigns at the center, enveloping the entire city. The space in the region enveloped by the barrier of energy seemed to rapidly freeze up. The abundant origin energy seemed to have frozen up as well. The barrier of energy seemed to possess a mysterious power. Wherever it passed by, everything froze up. Jianchen could tell with a single glance that the barrier of energy was powerful. Its defenses were so great that even first heavenly layer infinite primes would struggle to smash through it. Moreover, he knew that the barrier of energy was only the beginning of the encirclement formation. As the encirclement formation continued to evolve, even more powerful killing formations would appear later on. Not only could the formation trap first heavenly layer infinite primes, but it could also kill them. The huge barrier of energy descended extremely quickly, enveloping the entire city. Although Jianchen was flying out of the city, he was still within its range. Moreover, many god kings from the Dark Star clan had appeared before him, blocking his path. However, after breaking through, even the 108 Divine King would struggle to endure a single strike from Jianchen, let alone these regular Divine Kings. He swung his axe wildly, sending all the God Kings flying. A large number of high-quality saint artifacts were shattered by a single swing of his axe, shooting out as shards. Battle cries shook the surroundings. Shueisha had gathered all the Divine Kings in the city to stop Jianchen, but they were unable to affect Jianchen. They could not even slow him down at all. This was because the difference in strength was just too great. Faster! Faster! Seeing how Jianchen was getting closer and closer to the entrance, the city lord, Bai Jin, could not help but panic. He roared at the 36 sovereigns in the formation. The 36 sovereigns panicked as well. However, they were unable to move in the encirclement formation. All they could do was remain where they were and control the formation, doing their best to increase the speed at which the barrier descended. However, all their efforts were destined to be wasted, as they were not facing a true late Divine King. Instead, they were facing a primordial realm expert who had been hiding his strength the entire time. Jianchen moved faster and faster. Just when the energy barrier was about to seal up the entire city, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. His burly body caused the air to explode as he shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. He basically brushed past the falling energy barrier as he charged out of the city. Bai Jin, the city lord of Anya City, was filled with hatred. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to stop the cultivators from the outside world. However, there was nothing he could do since the encirclement array could only be used within the city. It required the help of the spiritual veins deep underground to support the operation of the array. Chase! Bai Jin gritted his teeth. He led the 108 kings in pursuit of Jianchen. Behind him, the 36 sovereigns were filled with regret and reluctance as well. They dispelled the formation helplessly and chased after Bai Jin. Shueisha and the other vice city lords did not stand by idly either. They mobilized the divine king of their race in the city, leading a large group of divine king experts out of the city. Immediately, large groups of divine king experts left Dark Night City. They left 7 or 8 floors of the city, causing Dark Night City's strength to plummet to an unprecedented level. Many cultivators in the city were stunned by this sight. They stared at the black mass of people in the sky as they were unable to return to their senses for quite some time. After leaving Dark Night City, Jianshan shot off with lightning speed towards Two World Mountain. Bai Jin's space ring had already ended up in his hands. However, when he sent the senses of his soul into the space ring and found Siyu's essence blood that was tainted with the presence of the Dark Star clan, his face immediately became cold. Chapter 2797. On the way between Dark Night City and Two World Mountain, there was a shocking scene of a chase. A burly man covered in blood was running for his life with a huge axe on his shoulder. He spat out blood from time to time, and his life force was very weak. He looked like he was severely injured and could not hold on for much longer. Behind him were several thousand divine kings of the Dark Star race in hot pursuit. All of them erupted with their presences as killing intent surged into the sky. When they gathered together, their presence was earth-shaking. It was an extremely grand sight. All the cultivators in Dark Star who saw this became dumbfounded. They were utterly shocked. Heavens, what's going on? So many divine kings of our race are actually pursuing a cultivator who seems to have come from the outside world. This is just too crazy, Mostem. The person at the very front seems to be the City Lord of Dark Night City. He's one of the most powerful divine kings below the primordial realm in our race. But I think someone has severed his arm. This is huge. This is definitely huge. One of the invincible divine kings of the Dark Star race, the City Lord of Dark Night City, Bai Jin, has his arm severed. Look at how he's leading so many divine kings in pursuit of that cultivator from the outside world. Is that cultivator the one who severed the City Lord's arm? How is that possible? The City Lord of Anya City is basically invincible among God Kings. Only the City Lords of other cities can contend against City Lord Bai Jin. Is the person who severed City Lord Bai Jin's arm a primordial realm expert? Although the Dark Night City was the closest city to the Two World Mountain, it was still quite a distance away from the Two World Mountain. Naturally, they would meet many warriors along the way, including many warriors from the outside world and the Dark Star clan. This caused quite a stir. At the same time, the matter of the City Lord of Dark Night City leading several thousand divine kings in pursuit of a cultivator from the outside world spread like wildfire. It spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Very soon, it reached the nearby cities and caused a great uproar. Naturally, no one believed the rumor in the beginning. The invincible strength of the 36 City Lords of the Dark Star race had already been deeply ingrained into everyone's minds. Even though they were divine kings, they were still invincible divine kings. There was no cultivator from the outside world who could make them personally take action, let alone the fact that a City Lord had led several thousand divine kings in pursuit of a single person. However, the scene just happened to be recorded by a few Dark Star clansmen using something similar to a memory crystal. When they saw the City Lord Bai Jin's severed arm appear in a lifelike manner, and when they saw the several thousand God Kings aggressively chasing down a cultivator from the outside world, they could not help but believe the rumor that seemed like something out of a fairy tale. The cities that received the news were immediately shaken. Afterwards, the news spread to the other cities through teleportation formations at an even faster rate. News of what had happened in Dark Night City was quickly spreading to the entire Dark Star race. On the other side, Jianshan fled towards Two World Mountain in a panic. Behind him, the City Lord of Dark Night City, Bai Jin, the 108 kings, the 36 lords, and the many divine kings formed a long line in the sky. They pursued Jianshan closely. City Lord, this person keeps burning his essence blood at the cost of his own life. He's already at the end of his rope. He won't be able to last much longer. We will definitely take back the space ring. The several Vice City Lords of Dark Knight City fell behind by Jean. They looked at Jianchen, who had clearly slowed down and could not help but speak. Bai Jin nodded. He could also see that the fleeing cultivator from the outside world was getting slower and slower. His aura was also getting weaker and weaker. He naturally understood what this meant. It meant that the other party would not be able to last much longer. However, just as the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, Jianchen suddenly let out a low cry. He seemed to have used some kind of secret technique. His burly body suddenly withered, as if he was squeezing out the last of his potential and life. His originally slow speed actually sped up. God damn it! Bai Jin could not help but curse when he saw this. He was both anxious and resentful. They were getting closer and closer to the Two-World Mountain. The suppression from the Two-World Mountain was just too great. Once the people of the Dark Star race entered the Two-World Mountain, even if they were at the peak of the Divine King realm, they would only be able to unleash the strength of a mid-Divine King. We have to stop him before he enters the Two-World Mountain. Bai Jin gritted his teeth as he gritted his teeth. Bai Jin's face paled as he spoke through gritted teeth. The Vice City Lords, 36 Lords, and 108 Kings behind him all nodded as well. They all stared at Jianchen. However, they were still unable to catch up to Jianchen in the end. Jianchen's heavily injured body, which had become as thin as a thread of life, burrowed into the mist of the Two-World Mountain and gradually disappeared into the distance. We're in big trouble. He actually managed to escape into the Two-World Mountain. Outside the Two-World Mountain, Si Wuqing's face became extremely ugly. The Two-World Mountain had always been a forbidden area for the Dark Star race. They could not set foot there easily. All of them were extremely fearful of the Two-World Mountain. Bai Jin hovered in the air as he stared at the Two-World Mountain shrouded in mist. He said with a deep voice, "There's no need to worry too much. He must be running out of energy to be able to make it to the Two-World Mountain. He no longer possesses the battle prowess of his peak condition. As long as we catch up to him, killing him will be a piece of cake. Let's go. Enter the Two-World Mountain with me." With that, Bai Jin led the way into the Two-World Mountain and entered the mist. As soon as Jianchen entered the Two-World Mountain, he immediately slowed down. Only after traveling several dozen kilometers did he stop. Afterwards, his exhaustion vanished. His pale face rapidly became ruddy again. He was brimming with energy and vigor. He did not seem like someone who was heavily injured at all. His body shook slightly, and the bloodstains on his body were all shaken off, revealing his bronze skin. He still maintained the image of a tall and sturdy man, but the wounds on his body had disappeared without a trace. Not even a single scar was left behind. Let alone a scar, there was not even the slightest mark. A few seconds later, Bai Jin and the others arrived with lightning speed. They finally appeared before Jianchen. However, when they saw Jianchen's current appearance, all of their faces changed drastically. They were filled with disbelief. "Why you?" Bai Jin's eyes widened as he stared at the unscathed Jianchen. Even with his shrewdness, he was rendered speechless by this scene. He began to speak incoherently. Jianchen stared at the space ring in his hand. With a wave of his finger, the essence blood of a divine beast flew out. He looked at the essence blood that had already condensed, and a sliver of sorrow appeared on his face. He murmured, "Originally, I had no grievances with your Dark Star clan. Originally, I never wanted to have anything to do with your Dark Star clan, but you just happened to touch someone you shouldn't have, forcing me to make some choices. Who are you? Are you a primordial realm expert?" The city lord struggled to suppress his shock. He could tell with a single glance that the person before him was a cultivator from the outside world. A primordial realm expert from the outside world had entered the Dark Star world. Bai Jin's heart churned as he struggled to remain calm. However, even though he was extremely shocked, he still secretly communicated with the person at the back of the group. He had to report the arrival of a primordial realm expert as soon as possible. Even the late Divine King found it difficult to tolerate the Darkstar clan, let alone a primordial realm expert. Chapter 2798. Do it. Keep him busy. At the same time, Baijin bellowed out. Light surged from his body as he unleashed all his strength. He turned into a sword and shot towards Jianchen. Although he had lost his right arm, he was still an invincible Divine King after all. If he were in the Saints' world, he would never be weaker than first heavenly layer infinite primes. As a result, even without his right arm, he could still unleash great battle prowess. Beside Baijin, the Vice City Lords, 36 Lords, and 108 Kings all bellowed out. All of them attacked Jianchen with determination. They advanced courageously, and none of them retreated. This was because there was no room for them to retreat at this moment. Once they failed to retrieve the essence blood, they would end up in an extremely miserable state even if they managed to escape. They would be cursed by the entire clan and become sinners of the clan. They would live a life worse than death. At the very least, they would be able to leave behind a glorious name if they died here. Of course, most importantly, they needed to buy time for the people behind them so that they could flee and spread the news that a primordial realm expert had entered. When Baijin struck out, Jianchen's face changed. He could not help but look at the sky. His senses were extremely sharp, so he could clearly sense a profound and mysterious power crushing down on the surroundings. It was like a huge shackle that trapped Baijin tightly, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. The will of a grand exalt of the Wood Spirit clan? That was the thought that immediately crossed Jianchen's mind. None of the conversations between Baijin and the others could escape his ears. Even if they communicated secretly, Jianchen could hear them clearly. As a result, he knew that the Two-World Mountain was suppressing the Darkstar race. However, he had never thought that the suppression would be so great. They had only set foot within a few dozen kilometers of the Two-World Mountain range, which was so vast that it was not even close to the outskirts of the mountain range. If the Darkstar race could be suppressed so clearly even at the outskirts, just how terrifying would the suppression be once they entered the inner regions, or even the depths of the mountain range? While Jianchen was deep in thought, Baijin transformed into a sword and formed a huge sword beam that arrived in front of him. However, just as the sword light was about to pierce Jianchen's body, the space suddenly rippled. An invisible spatial barrier silently appeared, blocking the sword light. Even though Baijin's strength was suppressed, he had only just stepped into Two-World Mountain. The suppression wasn't that strong. Hence, even though his strength was affected, it wasn't that bad. He could still unleash a great amount of strength. However, he couldn't pass through the spatial barrier. Not only him, but even the 36 lords and the 108 kings could only cause ripples to appear on the surface of the barrier when their full-powered attacks hit it. To them, this thin layer of barrier was like an ordinary person facing an iron wall. It was unshakable. Law of space. Baijin's face changed drastically, and a sliver of despair appeared in his eyes. He could naturally tell that this was the laws of space at the primordial realm. A thin layer of the barrier was enough to render him helpless. Of course, this was not the most terrifying part. What truly made him despair was that before an expert who had comprehended the laws of space, any attempt to flee was foolish and laughable. He looked behind instinctively, and as expected, a spatial barrier had appeared at the very back of the group as well, blocking all the Divine Kings who were about to flee. Many Divine Kings had already used their full strength to attack the spatial barrier, but no matter how they used their most powerful secret techniques and battle skills, they were unable to make the barrier budge at all. Some people even began to blow up their high-quality Saint artifacts and supreme-quality Saint artifact. However, even with the powerful attacks from the explosions of several Saint artifacts, all they managed to do was create a few ripples in the spatial barrier. They were still far from being able to break through. Everyone scatter and flee into the distance. This spatial barrier doesn't cover a large area, a divine king of the Dark Star clan called out from behind the group. As a result, all the divine kings scattered and fled in different directions. In the next moment, all the people who were escaping were in despair because they found that the spatial barrier was a circle, and it had completely enveloped this area. It sealed the sky as a prison, and drew a circle as a prison. All of them were trapped. By Jean, the 36 lords, and the 108 kings had already stopped attacking. It was only at this moment that they truly understood just how powerful this outsider was. Just a single layer of space barrier was enough to render them helpless. This level of strength was not something they could contend against. Looking at Jianchen, who stood before them like nothing had happened, the 36 lords and the 108 kings were filled with anger and reluctance. There was undisguised shock as well. This was the first time they had heard of this, as well as the first time they had seen a primordial realm expert from the outside world. They knew extremely well that foreign cultivators could not be over 1,000 years old. It had taken them countless years to reach the divine king realm, yet now, a primordial realm expert who was not even 1,000 years old had appeared. His cultivation speed deeply shocked all of them. At this moment, Baijin had already calmed down. He looked at the droplet of essence blood in Jianchen's hand and thought about what Jianchen had said before. His face became bitter, and he asked sternly, "Sir, have you specially come for that divine beast? However, the divine beast you've captured is like family to me. I never thought that your Darkstar clan would treat him like this." Jianchen's face became frosty as soon as he mentioned Siyu. He did not hide his intense killing intent at all. His gaze was fixed on by Jean as he asked coldly, "Let me ask you this. Does the 36 cities of the Darkstar race have a drop of divine beast blood essence? Is that important?" "No, it's no longer important. I admit that you are very powerful. You probably haven't just reached the primordial realm. However, it's impossible for you to save the divine beast from our Darkstar clan. This is because we have several dozen infinite primes in our Darkstar clan. The Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters of the 10 Divine Halls have all reached the primordial realm many years ago. They're much more powerful than you." Chapter 2799. Jianchen stared at Baijin coldly. Even though Baijin did not state it clearly, Jianchen had already confirmed his guess from his expression and reaction. This immediately ignited his killing intent once again, making him restless. "A grand ceremony? You're still thinking about the grand ceremony? You've harmed my family, so don't even think about succeeding with your grand ceremony," Jianchen said coldly. The light in his eyes shone brightly as killing intent surged. The grand ceremony that the Darkstar race was about to undergo was an opportunity for every single member of the race to change their fate. Not only could they break free from the restraints of their cultivation, but they could also achieve their great wish of breaking free from their prison. All the Darkstar clansmen placed great importance on the grand ceremony. As a matter of fact, some of them even valued the grand ceremony more than their own lives. As a result, their faces all changed when they heard that Jianchen wanted to ruin the grand ceremony. The divine king of the Darkstar race, who originally felt respect for Jianchen, became furious like a cat that had its tail stepped on. All of their fear was swept away, and they all glared at Jianchen furiously as they roared out viciously. "How dare you, cultivator from the outside world, if you dare to ruin our grand ceremony, our experts will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Damned cultivators from the outside world. They really do harbor evil intentions. The great emperor shouldn't have let these cultivators from the outside world run amok in our territory. The cultivators from the outside world hiding in our territory should have been wiped out long ago. Look everyone. These cultivators from the outside world really do harbor ill intentions. They actually want to ruin our grand ceremony. They even want to save that divine beast. That divine beast is willing to sacrifice itself for our grand ceremony. That's the glory that divine beast has accumulated over its entire life. Jianshan's face became even colder when he heard the voices of these people. He seemed like a block of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. Sir, why don't you listen to me? At this moment, the City Lord of Dark Night, Bai Jin, pressed his hand down and stopped the voices behind him. He clasped his fist at Jianshan and said, "With your cultivation as a primordial realm expert, you are already an important figure in our clan, so why must you become an enemy? If you can take a step back, we can become friends, and our clan can provide you with various rare resources. We can even help you become a chaotic prime. And the key to turning an enemy into a friend is to be able to give up on that divine beast. That divine beast is crucial to the success rate of our tribe's grand ceremony, so it must be sacrificed." Jianshan coldly smiled when he heard that. He said, "I'll tell you the truth. If that divine beast dies, I will destroy the entire Darkstar race. Your entire Darkstar clan wants to sacrifice that divine beast so that you have a chance of breaking through to a higher realm of cultivation. I can also destroy your entire clan for that divine beast and make you pay for what you've done." "Sir, do you really want to become enemies with our Darkstar race?" Bai Jin asked with a sunken face. "Ha ha, you Darkstar have captured my family and even want to kill them. I've only come to save my family, yet it's my fault in the end." With that, Jianshan suddenly clenched his hand at the space there. With that, the spatial barrier he had cast down in the surroundings suddenly shrank, going from 15 kilometers to 1.5 kilometers before shrinking to 300 meters. In the end, as the spatial barrier shrank, the several thousand divine king trapped inside were squeezed together like pancake. They were unable to move at all. "You've harmed my family, so you must pay the price. Since your Darkstar race has already taken out so much essence blood, I'll make you pay a portion of it first," said Jianshan. He trapped the several thousand divine king with his spatial powers before taking them into the depths of the two-world mountain. What are you doing? Let us go." Some of the divine king called out in fear when they saw Jianshan heading deeper into the two-world mountain. It was as if being trapped in the depths of the two-world mountain was even more terrifying than dying to Jianshan's hands. He's taking us into the depth. This demon, this unpardonable demon, he's cursed him to die a horrible death. We have to kill all the cultivators of the outside world who remain in our territory. We have to kill them all. We can't let a single one of them go." Jianshan ignored their roars. He hurried along with the laws of space with astonishing speed. He traveled 5,000 kilometers in an instant, quickly making his way into the depths of the two-world mountain. The mist in the surroundings grew thicker and thicker. Along the way, he would leave behind an imprint of his soul from time to prevent himself from getting lost if he ventured too deep. Very soon, Jianshan returned to the depths of the two-world mountain. The journey that Jin Hong and the others had taken several months to complete took Jianshan only a few dozen seconds. This is the depths of the two-world mountain? Bai Jin's face was pale. He was filled with despair, but there was also shock and disbelief. This was because the distance from the outskirts of the two-world mountain to the depths was millions of kilometers. Every step along the way was filled with danger. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Even a peak divine king would need over a month to travel such a long distance in such an environment. However, he had now arrived in the depths of the two-world mountain in a few dozen seconds. Bai Jin felt like he was dreaming. Everything seemed unreal. After arriving in the depths of the two-world mountain, Jianshan removed the restraints on the several thousand divine king as well. However, without any exception, all of their faces paled. Their eyes were filled with fear, as they had already recognized where they were. The depth. "This is the depths." A divine king of the Darkstar clan stammered as his legs trembled. He was extremely frightened. The suppression in the depths of the two-world mountain became even greater. Some early divine kings had actually fallen to overgods from the suppression. There were even some mid-divine kings who were only able to unleash peak overgods from the suppression. Late divine kings had fallen to early divine kings. By Jin, the 36 rulers and the 108 kings were all experts who had reached the peak of divine king many years ago, but they were only able to unleash the strength of a mid-divine king now. In short, all of their cultivation had fallen by at least a level after entering the depths of the two-world mountain. Whether you can survive will depend on your own abilities. If you can escape, it'll be your fortune. Jianshan did not personally kill them. Instead, he vanished after saying that. Basically, the moment he vanished, the roars of beasts rang out from the depths of the mist. The ground began to tremble as a large group of life-devouring beasts made their way over. Moreover, it wasn't just in one direction. With the Darkstar tribe at the center, life-sucking beasts were roaring in all directions. Their voices were filled with excitement, and the trembling of the earth was a clear indication that the life-sucking beasts were approaching. Baijin seemed to think of something. He immediately called out to everyone, "Quick, quick, quick! Everyone, conceal your presences. The life-devouring beasts are extremely sensitive to our presences. We can't let any of it leak out. City Lord, what should we do? What else can we do? Run. Everyone, run. This is the depths of the two-world mountain. This is our forbidden ground. You can't stay here unless you're at the primordial realm. Run outside. Everyone, run outside," Baijin said frantically before immediately flying towards the outskirts of the two-world mountain. Chapter 2800. All the divine kings of the Darkstar race fled outside in a panic. All of them unleashed their full strength and used various secret techniques to increase their speed. It was extremely terrifying. The roars in the distance became clearer and clearer. They rang out endlessly, shaking up the surroundings. Many life-devouring beasts were approaching, causing the ground to tremble more and more violently. Jianshan did not go very far. He sat down on the crown of a large tree several dozen kilometers away. He stared at the divine kings of the Darkstar race coldly and emotionlessly. The depths of Two-World Mountain were fraught with danger to others, but he could come and go as he pleased. The only problem was that he had no sense of direction. It was very easy for him to get lost here, unable to find his way out. He had already expanded the senses of his soul. He could clearly see countless life-devouring beasts encircling the divine king of the Darkstar race in a huge encirclement. The scale of the life-devouring beasts surprised Jianshan, who had stayed in the depths of Two-World Mountain for several months in the past and was used to seeing all sorts of beasts. This was because the life-devouring beasts he had seen in the past only numbered in the tens of thousands at most. However, there were over 1 million life-devouring beasts within the range of his soul. Who knew how many more were hurrying over from beyond the range of his soul? Jianshan actually had the misconception that Baijin's group had drawn over all the life-devouring beasts in Two-World Mountain. They were like a beacon in the night. No matter how far away the life-devouring beasts were, they would be able to discover them. The Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan actually has such great enmity with the Grand Exalt of the Darkstar race. It's been so many years since he died, yet the forces he left behind are still so hostile towards the Darkstar race. Jianshan thought. The senses of the life-devouring beasts towards the Darkstar race were just too great. Some of the life-devouring beasts that were only gods outside the range of his soul could pinpoint the exact location of the Darkstar race. This defied common sense, so it definitely had something to do with the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan. Ah! Help! Help! My legs! My legs! My legs are gone! Suddenly, a divine king of the Darkstar race who was flying close to the ground produced a panicked and terrified cry. His legs were disappearing at a visible rate. The portion that had disappeared turned into pure life force that fused with the ground below. There was no pain, no feeling. If he had not noticed it, he would not even know that his legs had dissolved. The god kings in the surroundings all shivered when they saw this. Their fear became even heavier, and they fled faster and faster. As for the god king whose legs had melted away, the melted part reached his waist very quickly before continuing upwards. Very soon it reached his chest, neck, and head. In just a few seconds, the god king had evaporated into thin air. His entire body had been reduced to life energy that fused with the ground below. Apart from crying out in fear, he was unable to do anything else. Moreover, this was not the only case. Several dozen divine kings of the Dark Star race had completely dissolved. Some of the divine kings of the Dark Star race actually grew roots from their bodies. In the end, they became a huge plant that rooted themselves in the ground. They no longer bore any of the characteristics of a Dark Star race. Jianshan sat on the crown of the tree and saw all the changes that had happened to these people. Even with his mental fortitude, he shivered when he reached the end. Only now did he clearly understand just how terrifying Two World Mountain was. Its terror was mostly directed at the Dark Star race. It was much more lenient towards non-dark stars. Of course, he had also discovered something else. The divine kings of the Dark Star race who had died were all the weakest. The stronger they were, the stronger their resistance would be. However, as time went on, the bodies of some of the stronger divine kings of the Dark Star race gradually underwent various strange changes. However, no matter what happened, they could not escape death in the end. By Jin, the 36 lords and the 108 divine kings fled at the very front. What welcomed them was a swarm of life-devouring beasts that blotted out the sky. Their tiny bodies were quickly swallowed up by the huge life-devouring beasts. In the end, as the encirclement of the life-devouring beasts shrank, all the divine kings of the Dark Star race were trapped. After a final struggle, all of them died here, including Bai Jin. Unlike cultivators in the outside world, the Dark Star race did not leave behind any corpses when they died in Two World Mountain. Even if their corpses did not enter the stomachs of the life-devouring beasts, they would be assimilated by the earth and become nutrients. After all the Dark Star race died, the life-devouring beasts gathered here lost their targets, so they all dispersed and returned to where they had come from. Jianshan watched everything from the crown of the tree. He used the senses of his soul to monitor every single dark star. Only after confirming that there were no more survivors did he stand up. He looked at the space ring in his hand that contained a droplet of essence blood as he sank into his thoughts. A while later, his eyes narrowed and he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he had arrived near the territory of a primordial realm life-devouring beast. He concealed his presence with a mask and did not set foot in the territory of the primordial realm life-devouring beast. Afterwards, he slowly opened his hand, and Bai Jin's space ring sat there quietly. In the next moment, the space around his hand pulsed slightly, and the space ring immediately vanished. 100 kilometers away, a colossal life-devouring beast lay on the ground, snoring away. It gave off a tremendous presence. At this moment, the space 10 kilometers away from it twisted slightly, and a space ring appeared out of nowhere. It landed below a tree silently. The primordial realm life-devouring beast seemed to sense something. It raised its head and looked around. A smear of doubt appeared in its eyes, but it did not discover anything in the end. It lay on the ground and continued to sleep. Jianshan did not take away Siyu's essence blood because it had already been tainted with the presence of the Dark Star world. He could not guarantee that the experts of the Dark Star race would not be able to find the location of the essence blood through some secret technique, which was why he left it here. He did not touch the items in Bai Jin's space ring either. A complete space ring was right beside a primordial realm life-devouring beast. Even if the experts of the Dark Star race managed to find this place, they would probably only blame Bai Jin's death on the primordial realm life-devouring beast. Jianshan left the Two World Mountain. He returned to the territory of the Dark Star race easily through the imprint of his soul he had left behind. He could no longer use Guqi's identity, so he changed his identity and entered another large city of the Dark Star race with an extremely low profile. Afterwards, he left through a teleportation formation, heading to the royal capital. Chapter 2801. By the time Jianshan arrived in the royal capital of the Dark Star race through the teleportation formation, an entire day had already passed since the disturbance in Dark Night City. A single day was enough for the entire Dark Star race to learn about what had happened in Dark Night City. The Dark Star race had ruled the Dark Star realm for far too long. It had been so long that nearly everyone in the Dark Star race had formed the notion that they were superior to the outside world's cultivators. Furthermore, this notion had been deeply rooted in their minds, causing the majority of the Dark Star race to look down on the outside world's cultivators. However, that was the reality. There were many primordial realm experts in the Dark Star world, while cultivators of the outside world who had reached Divine King realm were rare. As a result, cultivators of the outside world were very weak in the eyes of the Dark Star race. They were existences of low status. But now, a cultivator from the outside world, who they thought was weak, had single-handedly turned Dark Night City upside down. Even the 108 kings of Dark Night City, who were equivalent to guardian gods, had been killed or injured. For the Darkstar clansmen who had never suffered a setback before, this was naturally extremely shocking. As a result, Dark Night City immediately became the center of attention after the news spread. Many Darkstar clansmen had gathered in Dark Night City through teleportation formations in the other 35 cities where the various races were resting in peace. Some of them had come to watch the show, while others had come to check the truth of the matter. In short, after a day of great change in Dark Night City, the entire city's population had multiplied several times. However, the City Lord, Baijin, the 36 lords, the 108 kings, and all the other experts had yet to return. A part of the city wall has collapsed, and a large number of structures in the city have been destroyed. I really never thought that the prosperous Dark Night City would end up like this. Dark Night City is the closest city to 100 Saint City. The leader of the 7th Hall has ordered the city to be turned over. Many cultivators of the outside world have been killed there. Dark Night City has probably suffered revenge because of what happened to 100 Saint City. This doesn't necessarily have anything to do with 100 Saint City, as I heard that the cultivator of the outside world who turned Dark Night City upside down was all alone. What? He dared to stand up to an entire city alone? That's impossible. If you don't believe me, you can ask the clansmen in Dark Night City. Many people witnessed this with their own eyes. On the streets of Dark Night City, similar discussions could be heard everywhere. But without exception, all the Dark Star clansmen who knew the details of the battle couldn't believe that a cultivator from the outside world could be so powerful that he could fight against the Dark Night City Lord, 36 lords, and 108 kings alone. Although that martial artist from the outside world managed to escape in the end, this kind of strength was still shocking. As a matter of fact, some people even suspected that the foreign cultivator was a primordial realm expert in disguise. However, almost everyone in Dark Night City rejected this theory. The City Lord's mansion of Anya City had been sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Manager Hong, who had stayed behind, had become the person with the highest status in the City Lord's mansion when all the higher-ups of the City Lord's mansion were present. However, at this moment, Manager Hong was bowing and standing respectfully in front of the 3 men in black. These 3 men in black were wearing the same uniform. However, on their chests, there was a vivid embroidered image of a majestic temple. Above the temple, there were 7 sharp swords hanging. The Divine Hall possessed supreme glory in the Dark Star clan because it was the symbol of the 10 Divine Halls. Only the people who belonged to the 10 Divine Halls would have such a symbol on their chest. The 7 swords above the Divine Hall represented that they came from the 7th Divine Hall. Among the 3 people from the 7th Hall, The person in the middle was in charge, while the other two seemed like attendants or guards. The person in the middle said, "The 108 kings, the 36 lords, the city lord of Anya City, Baijin, and the vice city lords all worked together, but they still failed to kill that cultivator from the outer world. Caretaker Hong, are you sure that the cultivator from the outer world is a god king and not a primordial realm expert?" "Sir Envoy, the foreign cultivator is indeed a divine king, and he has broken through to late divine king realm in our Anya city. All the citizens of our city can bear witness to this. It's impossible for him to be a primordial realm expert. Moreover, primordial realm experts from the outside world can't enter here," Manager Hong said carefully. He was extremely nervous inside. In Dark Knight City, he was at most a housekeeper who did odd jobs. However, the temple envoy standing in front of him was a big shot that even White Jean had to treat with respect, let alone him. He possesses such battle prowess as soon as he has broken through to late divine king realm. "What are his origins?" the envoy asked. Manager Hong shook his head, expressing that he did not know. The temple envoy frowned and muttered, "The information you know is too little. It seems we can only wait for Baijin to return before we can learn more. Now is a special time for our race. We absolutely cannot allow any accidents to happen. Since the cultivator from the outside world is so strong, he must be killed. Don't worry, Sir Envoy. The city lord has already led a group of experts in pursuit. The foreign cultivator definitely won't be able to escape. Perhaps he has already been slain by the city lord," said Manager Hong. Manager Hong said. He was extremely nervous because he had personally witnessed the scene of Baijin's arm being chopped off and the divine beast blood essence being snatched away. He did not dare to tell the envoy about this. All he could do was pray inside, pray that Baijin could bring back the essence blood. The divine temple envoy waited for an entire day. After such a long time, Baijin still hadn't returned. This made the divine temple envoy have a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, the news that Baijin and the other divine king experts had charged into the Two-World Mountain to hunt down a foreign cultivator gradually spread through Anya City. The face of the envoy immediately changed slightly when he heard the news. He leapt to his feet and was extremely stern. Baijin has actually entered the Two-World Mountain and hasn't returned after so long. It looks like they're probably in trouble. This is a matter of great importance. I need to report this to the Divine Hall immediately. The envoy left in a hurry. Jianshan ordered a few dishes in a luxurious restaurant in the center of the imperial capital of the Darkstar clan. He sat by the window and ate casually as he studied the imperial palace that hovered 1,000 meters in the air. The imperial palace of Anya City was extremely grand. It possessed the heavy pressure of a god artifact. With Jianshan's vision, he could tell with a single glance that the imperial palace hovering 1,000 meters in the air was actually a high-quality god artifact. It was a tough fortress that even grand primes would struggle to destroy. Jianshan was not surprised by the existence of a high-quality god artifact. After all, this was a powerful clan that had once given birth to a grand exalt. Even though they had declined, they still possessed some heritage. The only thing that Jianshan felt fortunate about was that the high-quality god artifact was not complete. It had been unimaginably damaged in the past, so it was still damaged. Less than 1/10 of its power remained. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the high-quality god artifact did not possess the artifact's spirit. Chapter 2802. The Emperor of the Darkstar race is in the Imperial Palace. Although he's a 9th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime, his presence is so powerful that he's no weaker than a 1st Heavenly Layer Chaotic Prime. Jianshan's gaze towards the Imperial Palace deepened. The high-quality god artifact Divine Hall was severely damaged. Coupled with the fact that the Darkstar Emperor did not purposefully conceal his presence, he could sense the Darkstar Emperor's presence as he sat in the restaurant. Of course, not everyone could sense it like Jianchen unless they possessed senses as great as Jianchen's. However, he used the mask to completely conceal himself. It was impossible to see through him unless one was a Grand Prime who stood at the apex. The Dark Star Emperor really is powerful. I'm still not his opponent right now. Jianchen became rather cautious. The only person he feared in the Dark Star race was the Dark Star Emperor. I can't sense Siyu's presence, but I'm certain that he's in the Imperial Palace. He's so important to the Dark Star race, so the Dark Star Emperor is personally watching over him. Jianchen felt rather regretful. However, he did not dare to scan the surroundings with the senses of his soul casually. If the Dark Star Emperor sensed him, it would be even more difficult to save Siyu. Afterwards, he looked at the 10 divine halls that also hovered in the air below the Imperial Palace. The 10 divine halls were extremely huge and varied in appearance. They were all low-quality god artifacts, and they were all heavily damaged. The artifact's spirit had already vanished, so they did not have much power left. Without even asking, Jianchen knew that the 10 divine halls were the 10 overlords of the Dark Star race, second only to the Dark Star Emperor. The structure of power in the Dark Star race was very simple. The Dark Star Emperor stood at the very top, the supreme ruler of the Dark Star race. Below him were the 10 divine halls. The Dark Star Emperor did not care about anything, so all the matters of the Dark Star race were handled by the 10 divine halls. Each of the 10 divine halls was responsible for ruling the Dark Star race for 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years, it just happened to be the 7th divine hall's turn. Below the 10 divine halls were the 36 cities. What was left were various small towns and villages. Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He looked at one of the divine halls and saw a primordial realm expert from the Dark Star Divine Hall emerge from the floating square. His face was cold as he hurried towards the teleportation formation with several dozen divine kings. With a flash of light, they left. He's a second heavenly layer infinite prime. He's in such a hurry to leave through a teleportation formation, so he should be going to Anya City. Jianchen thought. He looked at the Divine Hall. It was probably the current ruler of the Dark Star race, the 7th Divine Hall. The palace of the Dark Star race had Dark Star Emperor, so Jianchen did not dare to pry into it. However, he did not have to worry about the 10 sacred halls below. His consciousness quietly spread out and began to approach the 7th Divine Palace. He was very cautious. His soul had mutated after fusing with a sliver of the chaotic body, so it would be very difficult to discover him unless they were far more powerful than him. The 10 divine halls of the Dark Star race actually don't have any protective measures like restrictions or formations. Even the Imperial Palace doesn't seem to give off any pulses of energy from formations. It looks like they've been living peacefully here for far too long. But that's fine too. It'll save me quite a lot of trouble. Jianchen rejoiced inside, but it made sense when he thought about it carefully. The Dark Star race had a strict hierarchy, and there were no external threats. With the supreme status of the 10 divine halls and the Imperial Palace, who would be bold enough to use the senses of their soul to pry into them? In such a safe environment, the outcome would be the same whether they set up formations or not. Moreover, the Dark Star world was not a complete world. It was formed from a colossal beast, so there was a limit to how much energy could be produced. Not setting up formations would instead save some energy. The senses of Jianchen's soul entered the 7th Divine Palace easily. However, although there were no restrictions or formations, he did not dare to be careless. He ventured in carefully and was prepared to retreat at any time. There were several tens of thousands of people in the 7th Divine Palace. They ranged from gods to divine king. They all had their own duties, working in an orderly fashion. They were responsible for collecting and dealing with the various miscellaneous matters of the Dark Star race. Jianchen sensed the pulses of 3 infinite primes in the depths of the Divine Palace. The strongest was a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime, while the other two were third and fourth heavenly layer infinite primes. Including the one who left before, the seventh divine hall already has 4 infinite primes. I wonder if that's all of them. If all 10 divine halls are like that, the Darkstar race probably has close to 50 primordial realm experts, or even more. Jianshan was rather surprised when he thought about it. With so many primordial realm experts gathered together, he needed to avoid them for now. This was because the primordial realm experts here were different from the Saints' world. Those who could break through to the primordial realm in such an environment were all people with great willpower, wisdom, and luck. They were prodigies among prodigies, and they had remained at their current level of cultivation for an extremely long time. In the Saints' world, any primordial realm expert of the Darkstar race would be able to fight above their level of cultivation. That 6th heavenly layer infinite prime is the leader of the 7th divine hall. I have to treat him like a 7th heavenly layer infinite prime at the very least, Jianshan thought. He immediately became even more careful. As they ventured deeper, Jianshan could vaguely hear the conversation between the 3 infinite primes. Don't worry, Hall Master. Since Defu has personally gone to Dark Knight City, there definitely won't be any problems with the Essence Blood. Even if Baijin really does die in the Two-World Mountain, Defu will be able to bring the Essence Blood back with his strength, said the 4th heavenly layer infinite prime in the depths of the 7th divine hall. Jianshan's spiritual awareness could only be carefully hidden in the distance. He didn't dare to get too close, so naturally, he couldn't see the appearance of the opponent. He could only vaguely catch some transmitted voices. It'll be fine if we can really bring back the Essence Blood, but if we can't, how am I supposed to answer to the Emperor? You know just how important the Essence Blood of a divine beast is. If something really happens, Sai, the leader of the 7th divine hall said. His voice was heavy and slightly worried. But immediately, the 7th divine palace's palace master seemed to have thought of something. His body suddenly exuded a cold, murderous intent, and his voice became indifferent. The incident in Dark Knight City seems to be caused by a cultivator from the outside world. These cultivators from the outside world have caused a lot of trouble for our clan this time. Send an order to 100 Saint City to execute all the cultivators from the outside world who are imprisoned in 100 Saint City. Leave no one alive. Execute all of them? Leader T, isn't that a little inappropriate? After all, our clan still needs them to transport resources from the outside world, said the 3rd heavenly layer infinite prime. Chapter 2803. Leader, the organizations in the 100 Saints City have great origins in the outside world. Most of the precious resources we need are in the hands of the large organizations in the outside world. We've already established our dominance by taking down the 100 Saints City, but if we kill the imprisoned people as well, we'll completely offend the large organizations in the outside world. If they don't provide us with resources because of this, it'll affect us quite a lot, said the 4th heavenly layer infinite prime from the Darkstar clan. He was called Enlai, and he was a vice leader of the 7th divine hall. The 3rd heavenly layer infinite prime, Kaiser, spoke up as well. Enlai is right. After all, the existence of the cultivators from the outside world has been personally approved by the Emperor. Leader, do you think we should? Enough? However, before Kaiser could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the leader of the 7th hall. He said impatiently, I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to say anything more. Immediately pass the order to the people guarding the 100 Saints City to execute all the cultivators from the outside world locked up in the city. Leave none alive. The 2 vice hall masters, Enlai and Kaiser, glanced at each other helplessly. The 7th hall's hall master's prejudice against the cultivators of the outer world was too deep. This time, he wanted to take advantage of the great sacrifice to kill all the outer world cultivators in 100 Holy City. The two of them even suspected that if it were not for the fact that the existence of the cultivators from the outside world had been personally approved by the Emperor, the Seventh Hall probably would not have just targeted the cultivators of the Hundred Saints city. Instead, all the cultivators from the outside world would have faced a disaster. "Oh right, has there been any news about Kuan-Tian recently?" the leader of the Seventh Hall suddenly asked. However, his gaze sharpened slightly when he mentioned Kuan-Tian's name. The Fifth Hall leader hasn't appeared since he entered the land of soul destruction 3 years ago. He must still be cultivating in seclusion there, searching for a breakthrough, said Kaiser. The Seventh Hall master immediately sneered when he heard that. He said, "After the primordial realm, every single step forward for us Darkstar clansmen is fraught with difficulties. If we want to break through, we'll have to go through thousands of tribulations. It's even more difficult than reaching the heavens, let alone breaking through from the 5th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer. How can it be so easy for Kuan-Tian to break through to the 6th heavenly layer and contend against me?" Moreover, he entered the land of soul destruction. Legend has it that the land of soul destruction is a special region formed by the brain of a star beast after it died. It is filled with an incomparably chaotic and ruthless will. This chaotic will can cause extremely serious damage to one's soul. Once one is unable to withstand it, the damage to one's soul can only be considered light. However, if one's mind is affected and becomes crazy, it will be very serious. Moreover, the dangers of the land of soul destruction are not just the chaotic will. What's even more dangerous are the undying wills left behind by some star beasts after they died. Once we're affected by the undying wills, even primordial realm experts like us will face the danger of dying if we're careless. Kuan-Tian has been gone for 3 years. In our clan, apart from the great emperor, no one has ever stayed in the soul-extinguishing land for such a long time. Kuan-Tian, it looks like you're really willing to risk everything in order to break through to the 6th heavenly layer of Infinite Prime, the leader of the 7th Hall sneered as he sneered. The senses of Jianshan's soul remained hidden in the 7th Divine Hall for a while. Even after their conversation ended, he did not hear anything about Siyu. The senses of his soul silently withdrew from the 7th Divine Hall. Although he already knew that the lives of the cultivators imprisoned in the Hundred Saints city were in danger, Jin Hong's group was about to leave the Two-World Mountain as well. However, the mention of the land of soul destruction from the 7th Divine Hall attracted Jianshan's attention. The Kuan-Tian that the leader of the 7th Hall speaks of should be the leader of the 5th Divine Hall. The leader of the 5th Divine Hall has entered the land of soul destruction. The land of soul destruction is formed from the brains of star beasts after they died. It's filled with the undying will of star beasts. It can threaten primordial realm experts. The star beast should be the star beast that transformed the world of the dark star world. As he thought about it, Jianshan's eyes gradually lit up. If he wanted to save Siyu, he would definitely have to face the Dark Star race head-on. Conflict was unavoidable. If the Dark Star race lost a few primordial realm experts before the battle erupted, he would be able to relieve some of the pressure. The land of soul destruction. A map immediately appeared in Jianshan's head. The map clearly depicted the regions of the Two-World Mountain and the Dark Star World. The region of the Two-World Mountain was a blur. It was completely blank, without any detailed descriptions. However, the region of the Dark Star World was much clearer. The 36 main cities and the various towns and villages of various sizes were all marked out. Jianshan had discovered this detailed map of the entire Dark Star World in the space ring of the City Lord of Dark Night City, by Jin. Although he did not take anything from the space ring, he had memorized the map. He found the land of soul destruction very soon on the map. Without any hesitation, he immediately left the royal capital of the Dark Star race. The royal capital was watched over by the Dark Star Emperor. Not only would he be restricted if he continued to stay here, but he would not be able to benefit much either. He would not be able to learn anything useful. If that was the case, it would be better for him to go to the land of soul destruction and find the fifth hall master who was in seclusion. At the very least, he would be able to do whatever he wanted there. He might even be able to learn some precise information about Siyu from the fifth hall master. The land of soul destruction was a place of danger for the Darkstar race. Very few people would go there. Only a few Darkstar clansmen who were in a hurry to break through would take the risk and go there in an attempt to benefit from the will of the dead star beasts. However, most of these people would end up dying there forever. Even if some of them managed to make it out alive, their souls would be damaged, and their minds would be in a mess. They would suffer from sequelae that would be difficult to recover from. There were very few people who could truly benefit from the land of soul destruction. It could be said that they would only see one in 1,000 years. Several hours later, Jianchen arrived outside the land of soul destruction. With a single glance, the land of soul destruction seemed like a valley surrounded by mountains. The land of soul destruction was surrounded by huge mountains that reached into the clouds. They formed a huge circle that surrounded the land of soul destruction. Only the passageway, which was less than 3,000 meters wide, was the only entrance to the land of soul destruction. Inside the soul-extinguishing land, there were gusts of cold wind. The cold wind blew against the mountain rocks, emitting strange whistling sounds. Coupled with the rolling dark clouds in the low sky, it looked like a group of demons were dancing in a frenzy. What a chaotic will! Jianchen frowned as he stood outside the desolate land of soul destruction. He became extremely stern. Chapter 2804. At the entrance of the land of destruction, Jianchen gave off the presence of the Darkstar clan as he hovered 1,000 meters in the air. He had disguised his strength as a late divine king. He hovered 1,000 meters in the air and carefully observed the land of destruction before flying into the depths of the land of destruction through the wide entrance. He did not move quickly, neither too quickly nor too slowly. He remained on high alert the entire time. With his strength, he could move about freely among the Darkstar clan. Even if he came across the greatest expert of the Darkstar clan, the Darkstar Emperor, he was confident he could retreat safely. However, the land of soul destruction was a special place formed from the brain of an astral beast after its death, after all. Anything left behind by a terrifying beast that was on par with 9th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes would pose a fatal threat to infinite primes after its death. Jianchen was confident, but he did not dare to be careless in the land of destruction. As he rapidly approached the land of destruction, the chilling winds that wreaked havoc gradually blew past Jianchen as well. It immediately made Jianchen shiver and his heart turn cold. The coldness directly reached his soul. The souls of fighters were unable to sense coldness at all, but at this moment, Jianchen's soul truly felt coldness. The chilling winds could directly affect the souls of fighters. Even primordial realm experts were no exception. The chilling winds and the dark clouds in the surroundings are actually a form of soul energy, or in other words, the lingering will of an astral beast after its death. Jianchen became more and more cautious. He felt like the land of destruction was even more dangerous than directly facing the Darkstar Emperor, who was no weaker than a chaotic prime. Roar! Finally, Jianchen flew into the land of destruction. He had truly entered the huge valley. However, a great beast's roar directly rang out in Jianchen's soul without warning. The beast's roar was earth-shaking and domineering. It possessed great power that could shake up space. It was like a bolt of lightning directly exploding in Jianchen's head with boundless might. Jianchen's hovering body immediately shook. His expression changed rapidly, and he immediately closed his eyes. He began to condense the power of his soul as hard as he could to guard his mind. With the beast's roar, an astral beast even larger than a planet appeared in Jianchen's head. It was extremely blurry, like a ball of mist. It was impossible to make out its exact appearance, but the tremendous pressure it gave off caused Jianchen's soul to shake constantly. This is something formed from the scattered soul energy of an astral beast after its death. Jianshan could be said to have seen a lot now, so he recognized the composition of the beast with a single glance. He was shocked. He was a primordial realm expert after all, so he could still endure a soul attack like that. However, if it were a divine king, even if they were a peak divine king, they would have been obliterated by the beast's roar. He had just entered the land of destruction, yet he had already endured such a powerful attack. Jianshan could not help but re-evaluate the dangers of the land of destruction. However, before Jianshan could react too much, the colossal beast in his head suddenly moved. An extremely huge claw slammed towards Jianshan's head with supreme might that could suppress space. Although the true power of the claw was nowhere close to the level of suppressing outer space, Jianshan could truly sense the supreme might when the claw struck down. This was the might that the astral beast possessed when it was still alive. Even though it was dead now, some of this might could still be transmitted through the energy of the soul. This was a naked attack on the soul, an impact of the will. Jianshan could only guard his mind and condense his soul so that he could endure it in the toughest state possible. This scene was like a small sapling growing in the wind. When faced with the wind, it was completely powerless. The only thing it could do was to let its roots dig deep into the soil to stabilize itself and let the wind blow past it. Jianshan's soul suffered a heavy impact when the astral beast's attack landed. Even with his soul that had already mutated and become extraordinary, he still felt piercing pain before becoming dizzy. His consciousness blurred for a moment when his soul was impacted. That moment was when his senses of the outside world were at their lowest. Fortunately, he was not fighting with anyone at that moment, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Jianshan became vigilant. He had just entered the soul-destroying land, yet he had already suffered such a heavy attack on his soul. The dangers of the soul-destroying land had completely exceeded his expectations. This was because this was equivalent to an attack on the soul. Before such an attack, his chaotic body was completely useless. An attack like this shouldn't last for too long. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Hall Master of the Fifth Hall, Kuan Tian, to remain in there for 3 years. Let alone 3 years, even half a year would have been impossible, Jianshan thought. However, with that thought in mind, Jianshan lasted an hour. During that hour, the attacks on his soul did not weaken at all. Instead, they gradually strengthened. The astral beasts that appeared in his head took various forms to attack him. Sometimes they were huge beasts, sometimes they were various figures. There were even some dangerous regions in outer space. These figures were all remnants of the astral beasts' memories after their deaths. The blurry, dangerous regions in outer space were all dangerous enough to make Jianshan's heart palpitate. In just an hour, I've already used up 50% of the power of my soul. How did the Hall Master of the Fifth Hall, Kuan Tian, stay in an environment like this for 3 years? Something's wrong. Jianshan endured the attacks from the soul-destroying land with great difficulty as he began to study his surroundings. Very soon, he found an inkling. He discovered that the higher he was from the ground, the denser the astral beast's consciousnesses and consciousnesses would be. On the other hand, the consciousnesses and consciousnesses of the astral beasts would be weaker. Jianshan immediately lowered his altitude, going from 1,000 meters to 500 meters. He immediately saw result. The attacks on his soul weakened drastically, and he immediately became much more relaxed. I see. Jianshan came to a realization. He cursed himself for being foolish and immediately landed on the ground. He found a safe place and began to recover the power of his soul. He could encounter the Hall Master of the Fifth Hall, Kuan Tian, at any time in the soul-destroying land. He needed to be in peak condition at all times. As Jianshan recovered the power of his soul, a figure sat on a large rock that was as smooth as a mirror several million kilometers away. He was a middle-aged man. His face was resolute and cold, and he gave off the presence of a primordial realm expert. He was the hall master of the fifth hall, Kuan-Tian. However, Kuan-Tian's face was rather twisted at this moment. The presence of a primordial realm expert pulsed extremely unsteadily, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, sometimes brutal and sometimes violent. Arg! Suddenly, Kuan-Tian, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up abruptly. His eyes opened and a faint blood-red color appeared in his eyes. He let out a long howl toward the sky, and the powerful sound waves reverberated between the mountains and rocks. It caused the dark clouds formed by the soul power of the star beast to churn violently in the sky after its death. Chapter 28:05. The fifth hall master, Kuan-Tian, stayed in the land of destruction for 3 years. He was in a hurry to break through, so he took a risk. He wanted to forcefully fuse with a strand of the astral beast's soul energy, but as a result, his mind became heavily affected. He clashed with the astral beast's soul energy, becoming insane. Moreover, his power was unstable. The power of a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime pulsed violently from him like boiling water. Although the power belonged to a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime, it was even more powerful than most fifth heavenly layer infinite primes in the saint's world. This was because the power was just too pure. It was like highly concentrated essence, without any impurities. To refine one's power to such a level would require an extremely long period of arduous cultivation. It would probably take thousands of years. Arg! Kuan-Tian constantly bellowed out. He would smash the ground with his hands at times and roll around on the ground while clutching his head tightly at other times. He seemed to be in great pain. After enduring the pain for 6 hours, he seemed to have finally reached his limit. He bellowed out at the sky, and his energy seemed to have completely lost control. The violent power that belonged to a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime, or even some sixth heavenly layer infinite primes, suddenly erupted from his body. It wreaked havoc in the land of destruction as a storm. The violent energy shook up the land of destruction, immediately turning it into a surging ocean. Huge waves surged as the surroundings shook. Even the remnant consciousnesses of the astral beast that filled the land of destruction became abnormally active. After venting his anger, the fifth hall master gradually calmed down from his initial manic state. The crazed look in his eyes gradually faded, and the energy ripples on his body also slowly calmed down. Afterwards, his body swayed before collapsing on the ground. He seemed to have fainted. Of course, he did not die. Not only did his life aura not weaken, it even showed signs of strengthening. Even his aura was gradually becoming stronger. Near the entrance of the soul-wiping grounds, Jianchen suddenly opened his eyes as he recovered the power of his soul. He seemed to sense something, and his indifferent gaze became extremely sharp at that moment. He shone brightly, directly piercing through the layers of space, and looking into the depths of the soul-wiping grounds. There's a primordial realm aura erupting up ahead. It's around the strength of a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime. It must be the leader of the fifth hall, Kuan-Tian, Jianchen thought. This soul-extinguishing land was filled with the obsessions of star beasts. Once he released his divine sense, it would clash with the star beast's obsessions. Therefore, it was difficult for his divine sense to spread out in this soul-extinguishing land. At the same time, he was affected by the remnant will left behind by the fallen astral beast. His perception was also greatly reduced. Without these abilities, searching for a person in the soul-wiping grounds was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as he was worrying about not being able to find the leader of the fifth hall, he had actually caused such a great disturbance, allowing Jianchen to locate him immediately. Since I know where he is, finding him will be much easier. There's no hurry. Leader of the fifth hall, once my soul recovers, you will die. Heavy killing intent flashed through Jianchen's eyes. The soul-wiping grounds were perfect for killing people. The special environment here was equivalent to a natural barrier. It could greatly suppress the pulses from erupting with primordial realm experts. There was no need to worry about the disturbance from fighting here reaching the royal capital of the Darkstar race. Perhaps I should find a way to draw out the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar race, and then kill them one by one. I've already fallen out with the Darkstar race anyway, so conflict is unavoidable. If a few more of their primordial realm experts die, it'll instead reduce the pressure on me to save Siyu, Jianshan thought. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his head. It was the primordial realm expert who had left the 7th Divine Hall for Dark Night City, De Fu. If he killed him in Two World Mountain, would he be able to push De Fu's death onto the primordial realm life-devouring beasts in Two World Mountain? As he thought of that, Jianshan recovered the power of his soul even faster. In order to save time, he even took out a few heavenly resources that specialized in recovering the power of the soul from his space ring and ingested them. Of course, none of these heavenly resources had reached the god tier, so they were not particularly effective to primordial realm experts. However, they were better than nothing, so they could make him recover slightly faster. Over half a day later, Jianshan's soul had recovered to 90% of its peak condition. Before he could fully recover, he directly shot off in the direction of Kuantian. Jianshan maintained a low altitude of 10 meters above the ground. The laws of space pulsed around him, so he moved extremely quickly, crossing 1,000 kilometers in a single instance. Naturally, this speed was rather slow for him who had grasped the laws of space. However, this was the soul-wiping grounds. It was a special place. The obsession of the astral beasts interfered with everything, and danger was hidden everywhere. As a result, he needed to advance carefully. Several million kilometers away, Kuantian woke up slowly. He opened his eyes and looked at the gloomy sky. A sliver of doubt appeared in his eyes. The sky was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. What is this place? Kuantian slowly sat up. His eyes looked around as he looked around. He became more and more confused. He suddenly had no idea where he was, but he just happened to find this place slightly familiar. However, soon afterwards, Kuantian suddenly quivered. He ravished with joy as he cried out, "I've broken through! I've actually broken through! I, Kuantian, have finally broken free from the restraints of the 5th heavenly layer. I've officially reached the 6th heavenly layer. Ha 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 ha!" Kuantian laughed aloud at the sky as he danced around excitedly. He was extremely emotional. However, he seemed to realize something soon afterwards. He quickly calmed down and became confused. Who's Kuantian? Why did I call myself Kuantian? Am I called Kuantian? But why can't I remember? Who am I? What's my name? Who am I? Who am I? Why am I here? Where is this place? I think I know where this place is, but why can't I remember? Kuantian tossed his joy from breaking through to the 6th heavenly layer to the back of his head in the blink of an eye. He sat on the ground rather dejectedly as he hammered his head heavily in thought. Chapter 28:06. At this moment, Jianshan arrived as well. He used the mask to disguise himself as a Darkstar clansman. A black mask appeared on his face as well. It was made from some unknown material that could block the senses of the soul. He did not hide himself. Stepping on the ground, he made his way towards the half-kneeling Kuantian step by step. He stared at Kuantian's current situation with his exposed eyes as they flickered with a strange light. Kuantian's condition is off. He seems to have lost a portion of his memories. Jianshan was surprised. He was greatly surprised. Naturally, he could tell that Kuantian had broken through, formally becoming a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. He did not care too much about this. Kuantian had sensed Jianshan's existence long ago. He was a clansman, but he was just too weak. He was only at the peak of the Divine King, so he did not take him seriously. With his back towards Jianshan, he did not take Jianshan seriously at all. Instead, he frowned in thought. He discovered that he had forgotten many things. Apart from knowing that he had always been working hard to break through from the 5th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer, he could not remember anything else, including his own identity and name. He tried his best to remember some things, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember anything apart from a hazy and unfamiliar sense of familiarity towards the scenery of this place. Even the name Kuan-Tian that he had just mentioned was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Jianshan stood 10 meters away from Kuan-Tian. He stared at Kuan-Tian, who completely ignored him, and the light in his eyes flickered. After a moment of thought, he said with a hoarse voice, "Kuan-Tian, you really are injured. It looks like the leader was right. You spent 3 years in the land of soul destruction, so it's impossible for you to remain unscathed." Kuan-Tian froze. Originally, he did not take Jianshan seriously because Jianshan's presence was only at the peak of the Divine King. He was as insignificant as an ant to any 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. It was only when Jianshan called out the name Kuan-Tian that he finally began to carefully examine the tribesman beside him, who was as weak as an ant in his eyes. The half-kneeling Kuan-Tian slowly straightened his body. He turned around and stared at the black-masked Jianshan with a pair of cold eyes. He frowned and said, "You know this hall, master?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Kuan-Tian's face was once again filled with doubt and confusion. He muttered in his heart, "This hall, master? Why would I call myself that?" Kuan-Tian racked his brains, but after a long time, he still had no clue. He had already forgotten everything. Many of his actions and words were instinctive. He had referred to himself as this hall master for many years. Even though he had forgotten everything now, he still retained many of his instinctive reactions, words, actions, and bearing. Jianshan was speechless. He was observant, so he took in all of Kuan-Tian's reactions and expressions. He smiled gently. "Of course I know him. He's the hall master of the 5th of the 10 great halls of the Dark Star race, Kuan-Tian." Jianshan paused for a moment before continuing, "The hall master's foresight really is amazing. He's determined that you've been in the soul-destroying land for 3 years, so something must have gone wrong with your cultivation. He's even determined that you've died there. Looking at it now, although you haven't died, your soul has been extremely heavily injured. You've already lost your memories. You don't even remember who you are." As he said that, Jianshan felt some pity. Originally, he wanted to learn some information about Siyu from Kuan-Tian, but looking at Kuan-Tian's current state, he could not even remember himself, let alone learn any information. The Hall Master of the 5th Hall, Kuan-Tian. The Hall Master of the 5th Hall, Kuan-Tian. After hearing Jianshan's words, Kuan-Tian fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself. Although he could not remember, he had a very strong sense of familiarity with the 5th Hall. Suddenly, Kuan-Tian looked at Jianshan. His eyes shone with a divine light. "Who are you?" As he spoke, his eyes gradually turned sharp. His expression was dignified, and he had an inviolable aura. He felt a killing intent. It was so eerie that it made him feel alarmed. The ant in front of him, who was only at the late stage of the Divine King, did not hide it. "You only need to know that I'm here to kill you. You don't need to know anything else." Since Kuan-Tian had already lost his memories, Jianshan naturally did not want to waste any more words on him. He struck out decisively as soon as he finished speaking. His aura was still at the peak of the Divine King realm. However, when he attacked, his aura shook the heavens and earth. His body instantly shone with dazzling light. Powerful sword light enveloped him. He looked like a small sun, dazzling and dazzling. Jianshan did not use anything. Moreover, he needed to use his full strength against Kuan-Tian, who had become a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. With his strength, there was no supreme quality saint artifact or half-god artifact that could endure his attack. He reached out, and a resplendent streak of light immediately condensed. As the streak of light pulsed, It gave off a powerful pulse that could even surprise primordial realm experts. Just the streak of light that he had casually condensed was far more powerful than supreme quality saint artifacts. Swish! The streak of light tore through the air. It moved extremely quickly, as if it had surpassed the limits of time and space. It appeared before Kuan Tian in a single instance, directly targeting Kuan Tian's soul. "You're not the Divine King. You're a primordial realm expert," Kuan Tian cried out. His face suddenly changed. The strength that the primordial realm expert who had disguised himself as the Divine King had erupted with shocked him. Not only was the incoming streak of sword chi shockingly fast, but the power it contained was so great that it made him shiver. In that critical moment, Kuan Tian's body shook gently, and he immediately became slightly more illusionary. The sword chi condensed in Jianshan's hand directly stabbed into Kuan Tian's forehead. The resplendent streak of light passed through his body, piercing his head. However, Jianshan's face did not change at all. His eyes remained extremely cold, filled with heavy killing intent. With a thought, chaotic force immediately filled his body, completely unleashing the defenses of the chaotic body. Boom! It was also at this moment that Kuan Tian's body suddenly exploded. The tremendous energy formed a terrifying storm of destruction that engulfed Jianshan. The power of the storm of energy was not something that a sixth heavenly layer infinite prime could unleash. It was completely on par with the full-powered strike of a peak sixth heavenly layer infinite prime. This was because the energy was just too pure. It had been highly compressed, without any impurities. No primordial realm expert in the saint's world could refine their energy to such a level. Following the explosion of Kuan Tian's body, the entire soul extermination land was no longer peaceful. In the sky, the dense dark clouds were surging violently. It was as if a demon was constantly changing its shape, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Bone-chilling winds whistled sharply, like the howls of ghosts or the roars of huge beasts. Jianshan shone resplendently within the storm of energy from Kuan Tian's explosion. He protected himself with light as he stood as still as a mountain. He suddenly slashed out with the sword chi he had condensed in his hand. As the sword slashed down, it seemed to split the world apart. The entire region of space was slashed in half, and the devastating storm of energy passed by him without touching him at all. Chapter 2807. Jianshan could tell that it was not Kuan Tian's original body that had self-destructed. Instead, it was a body that Kuan Tian had condensed from powerful energy using a secret technique. It was similar to a clone. However, the clone was extraordinary. Its self-destruction was so powerful that it was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime. As soon as the clone was formed, Kuan Tian's original body silently hid in the space 3,000 meters away. He concealed his presence, and completely concealed himself. First, he used the self-destruction of the clone to confuse his opponent or even heavily injure his opponent. Then, his original body that hid in the darkness could deliver a fatal strike at any time when the opportunity presented itself. It had to be mentioned that this was a very efficient method of killing enemies. If it were a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime from the saint's world, it really would be possible for them to be slain by Kuan Tian in a single strike. Even sixth heavenly layer infinite primes who were on par with Kuan Tian would die if they were careless. However, he just happened to encounter Jianshan. Before Jianshan, who controlled the laws of space, Kuan Tian, who did not know the laws of space, was just like showing off in front of an expert. Bang! With a heavy rumble, space rippled violently like water. Jianshan stabbed out with his sword and forced Kuan Tian out. Kuan Tian was stern. He wielded a sword that was 3 fingers wide. The sword shone with dazzling light, giving off powerful pulses of energy. However, he was knocked back by Jianshan's strike. Although Jianshan did not possess the 9-star sword of heavenly ways and his battle prowess had been reduced, he was still more powerful than Kuan-Tian, who had just broken through to the 6th heavenly layer. Even though Kuan-Tian was more powerful than many 6th heavenly layer infinite primes in the Saints' world, he still lost the upper hand against Jianshan. Who are you? Since when did our Dark Star race have an expert like you? Kuan-Tian growled. However, as soon as he said that, he became lost. He could no longer remember which experts the Dark Star race possessed. Jianshan knew that Kuan-Tian had lost his memory and couldn't remember many things. However, he would often subconsciously talk about things that happened before he lost his memory. Because some memories were too deep, it was like a brand that was deeply engraved in the depths of one's soul. Even if one lost their memories on the surface, they would still remember them subconsciously. Kuan-Tian's amnesia won't last for too long. He only needs an opportunity to awaken him slightly, and he should remember everything that happened before. Jianshan thought in his heart. His gaze swept over the longsword in Kuan-Tian's hand, and his heart suddenly stirred. Kuan-Tian's sword was a low-grade divine artifact, an intact one at that. From the sword Dao laws contained within the sword, Kuan-Tian's Dao was also the sword Dao. Immediately, the killing intent in Jianshan's heart erupted like a volcano. At this moment, his killing intent towards Kuan-Tian had reached an unprecedented level. Today, I will definitely kill you. Jianshan's heart was as firm as steel. He said nothing. His gaze was as cold as ice as he condensed sword chi to attack Kuan-Tian again. The sword in Kuan-Tian's hand immediately erupted with the might of a divine artifact. He stabbed it towards Jianshan as well. The sword shone with a blinding light, tearing a thin crack in space. The tough ground beneath his feet became covered in sword slashes as well. Jianshan sneered. He controlled space and interfered with the distance between the two of them. Kuan-Tian's sword immediately slowed down, while Jianshan's sword chi suddenly sped up. Kuan-Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed, but he did not become flustered at all. A low-grade divine artifact armor instantly covered his body. Jianshan's sword chi struck Kuan-Tian's armor, but it failed to penetrate it. It only sent Kuan-Tian flying. Jianshan could not help but frown when he saw this. Kuan-Tian was not weak. He possessed the battle prowess of a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. Now that he had 2 god artifacts, both his attack and defense had increased. He was basically like a tiger that had grown wings. Killing him in this state would take quite a lot of effort. Of course, Kuan-Tian alone wasn't enough to give him that much pressure. The key was that he had seen the strength of the 10 Temple Masters from Kuan-Tian. If all 10 Temple Masters had divine artifacts, it wouldn't be good news for him. Dark Star Emperor Art, Heaven Splitting. At this moment, Kuan-Tian suddenly bellowed out. Energy surged out from his body as the might of a god-tier battle skill permeated the surroundings. He swung his sword towards Jianshan from afar. The pressure in the depths of the soul-destroying land was tremendous. As he swung his sword, it possessed the power to destroy the world. It was as if the entire sky had been cleaved in half. An invisible binding force appeared. Jianshan felt his body sink. Not only was his movement restricted, but his presence had been completely locked onto as well. Even if he used the laws of space to leave this place, he would not be able to escape from the attack of a god-tier battle skill. Jianshan's expression did not change. He remained composed, but his eyes became scorching white at that moment. It was as if endless sword chi was hidden in his eyes. He used the will of the ultimate way of the sword, and the power of the laws of the sword immediately increased. It became even more powerful. However, his expression became rather strange at this moment. This was because when he used the will of the ultimate way of the sword, he could vaguely sense where the might of the god-tier battle skill resided. A god-tier battle skill possessed the might of the world. This was practically the mark of any god-tier battle skill. Jianshan had already sensed it many times. However, at this very moment, when he used the ultimate way of the sword, The feeling he felt was completely different from before. His perception of the world was much clearer and more accurate. In the past, he had viewed the might of the world as a great way of the world and the laws of the world. He was not the only one. Practically all cultivators acknowledged this. However, at this very moment, he had overturned his previous understanding of the might of the world. Rather than calling the might of the world and the laws of the world, it would be more accurate to call it a certain kind of will. A will that originated from the world. It was as if using a god-tier battle skill could obtain the support of the will of the world. The will of the world? The world also has a will? Or could it be that this is only because the formation of the dark star realm is special that I have such a misconception? At this very moment, Jianchen was at a loss. However, this was the first time he had used the ultimate way of the sword to directly face a god-tier battle skill. Thus, he could not be certain that it was the same in the outside world. Furthermore, having reached his level of cultivation, his understanding of the world was much greater than before. He clearly knew that in order to have a will, one must have a thought. Will could also be said to be a kind of thought. The god-tier battle skill's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, Jianchen did not have the time to think too much. When he sensed the will, he immediately used the ultimate way of the sword to form an invisible longsword and ruthlessly stabbed forward. Chapter 28:08. Naturally, an attack like that posed no threat to Jianchen. Let alone a threat, it was not even enough for Jianchen to take it seriously. He casually sent out a strand of sword chi to nullify Kuan-Tian's attack. Kuan-Tian's god-tier battle skill did not even cause a ripple. Kuan-Tian was stunned. He stared at this scene in disbelief as disbelief filled his face. Although he couldn't remember a lot of things, and it was completely an instinctive reaction, he wasn't stupid. He could naturally feel how shocking the power of the move he used was. How could such a powerful divine battle skill only have so little power? Why is it like this? It's impossible for my attack to be so weak. Why do I feel powerless towards the end? Kuan-Tian murmured to himself. He was perplexed, unable to understand what was going on no matter how hard he racked his brains. If the person before him had done something to it, he should have sensed it at the very least. However, he clearly sensed nothing. Jianchen paused for a while as well. The effects of the Supreme Will made him extremely excited. He was basically overjoyed because he discovered that destroying Kuan-Tian's god-tier battle skill with his Supreme Will did not cause him too great of a loss. He had only used up some of the power of his soul at most. This loss of power was negligible to him. I really never thought that behind a god-tier battle skill, there would actually be a connection with the will of the world, and the connection would actually be so weak. The sword condensed from my Supreme Will can sever the connection easily. However, I wonder if this is only effective against Kuan-Tian's god-tier battle skill, or if it's effective against all god-tier battle skills. If it can suppress all god-tier battle skills like this, I won't have to fear the god-tier battle skills of the Darkstar race at all when I fight against them in the future. However, the Darkstar world is different from the Saints' world. One is a complete major world created by the world, while the other is a miniature world condensed from Starbeast. Just because my Supreme Will can destroy a god-tier battle skill in the Darkstar world doesn't mean it's the same in the Saints' world. But it's enough as long as it's useful in the Darkstar world. Jianchen thought quickly. He had already begun thinking about how to find other primordial realm experts to test it out. Although it was effective on one divine tier battle skill, it didn't mean that it would be effective on all divine tier battle skills. After all, there were all kinds of divine tier battle skills, and it still needed to be verified. You're the one behind this? Kuan-Tian stared at Jianchen in shock and asked in bewilderment. Fortunately, he did not remember all of the memories. Otherwise, his heart would be in turmoil at this moment. This was because in the knowledge of almost all cultivators, It was impossible for a divine tier battle skill to have such a change. A moment ago, it was still earth-shattering, and the might of heaven and earth was suppressing the void. However, in the next moment, all the divine might had disappeared completely, and it had become the most ordinary attack. Koan clearly didn't believe it. The energy in his body surged as he began to use his divine battle skill again. Dark Star Emperor Technique, Void Annihilation. Jianshan also wanted to verify whether his Supreme Will had any restrictions on divine tier battle skills. As a result, he was naturally happy to see Koan use his divine tier battle skill a second time. Koan was a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime, so he naturally used his divine tier battle skill extremely quickly. He basically completed it with a raise of his hand. Immediately, a pressure filled the surroundings as a second divine tier battle skill was formed. It crushed towards Jianshan with a devastating presence. This time, the power of the divine battle skill was even stronger than the previous one. A huge millstone appeared in the void, emitting a strong pressure. Everywhere it passed, the void was crushed into pieces, turning into a piece of chaos. Jianshan's eyes were extremely bright. He had already become restless. With a sliver of anticipation and urgency, his Supreme Will turned into an invisible sword once again and slashed out eagerly. The millstone from the divine tier battle skill fell extremely quickly, but Jianshan's Supreme Will was even faster. Following a vague feeling, the sword from the Supreme Will severed the connection between the divine tier battle skill and the world once again. Immediately, the divine tier battle skill that was destructive and pressuring earlier immediately deflated like a deflated balloon. All of its might vanished, and the divine tier battle skill was reduced to the most ordinary of energy attacks in an instant. Impossible, this is impossible. This time, Koan was completely dumbfounded. He could understand the failure of the divine tier battle skill the first time as a result of some mistake, but he was clearly much more cautious when he used his divine tier battle skill a second time. He had already used his full strength, yet he still ended up in the same state as before. No matter how hard he thought about it, he still failed to understand what had happened. This was because he had not sensed Jianshan move at all. The divine tier battle skill he had used had collapsed just like that for some reason. It was not just the divine tier battle skill that had collapsed. His mind had collapsed as well. After all, using a god tier battle skill consumed quite a lot of energy. Even 6th heavenly layer infinite primes would not be able to ignore the exhaustion after failing twice in a row. However, Jianshan was overjoyed. He had actually succeeded a second time. After succeeding twice in a row, he became slightly convinced that his Supreme Will was effective against divine tier battle skills. Afterwards, he did not waste any more time. He immediately attacked Koan. Without the divine tier battle skill, the threat that Koan posed to Jianshan decreased once again. However, even with that being the case, his battle prowess was still extremely great. He relied on the 2 god artifacts to engage in an extremely intense battle with Jianshan in the soul-destroying land. Jianshan was in no hurry to kill Koan. Instead, he carefully observed Koan's battle style and some of his specialties during the battle. However, through the battle, he discovered that his Supreme Will was only effective against divine tier battle skills. It would be useless against the secret techniques of the Darkstar clan. Very soon, Jianshan and Koan had already fought for 4 hours. The battlefield spanned several tens of thousand kilometers, and the entire soul-destroying land surged with their battle. The lingering consciousnesses of the dead star beasts wreaked havoc in the surroundings, surging into their minds from time to time and interfering with their souls. Roar! Suddenly, Jianshan's body stiffened. A deafening roar rang out in his head, shaking his soul to the point where it shook like a candle in the wind. He was attacked by the lingering consciousnesses of the star beasts again, and this time, it was much more powerful than before. It caused his consciousness to blur for a moment. At the same time, a great sense of danger appeared. Jianchen immediately retreated without any hesitation. The laws of space pulsed around him, and he retreated 100 meters in a single instance as if he had teleported. Basically, the moment Jianchen vanished, a resplendent streak of light slashed over. It basically brushed past his forehead, allowing him to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Even though Jianchen had successfully dodged it, the sharp sword chi still made him feel like he was being stabbed by needles. The mask on his face shattered under the sword chi, revealing his face. A smear of confusion appeared in Kuan Tian's eyes when he saw the familiar yet extremely unfamiliar face. However, he subconsciously cried out, "Da Fu, it's actually you." "Impossible, this is impossible. You're clearly only a second heavenly layer infinite prime. So how have you suddenly become so powerful?" Have you been hiding your strength all these years?" Jianchen's current appearance was not his true appearance. Instead, it was the second heavenly layer infinite prime he had seen in the royal capital, the one who had traveled to Dark Night City through a teleportation formation. The Defu in Kuan Tian's eyes smiled strangely. He said mysteriously, "Leader, you don't need to know that much." With that, Jianchen stabbed out with the sword chi in his hand towards Kuan Tian. When he stabbed out, the sword chi in his hand and a small portion of his arm vanished, as if they had completely fused with space. Shadowless fatal sword. Kuan Tian's body suddenly shook violently, and his face instantly turned pale. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief, confusion, and doubt. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with countless pieces of his internal organs. He only felt an extremely powerful strand of sword chi somehow break through the protection of his armor and silently appear in his body. It directly exploded in his body, wiping out most of his life force and severely injuring him in an instant. That was not all. The sword chi that suddenly appeared in his body, after crushing his internal organs, actually went against the flow and directly rushed towards the nascent soul in his head. Wherever the sword chi passed, his body was completely minced into a bloody mess. No! At that moment, the battle-hardened Kuan Tian panicked. Fear even appeared on his face. This was because the sword chi was just too powerful and too fast. He used the dense energy within him to stop it, but the sword chi pierced through him. When he wanted to use other techniques, the sword chi was just too fast, so he was unable to stop it in time. Seeing how the sword chi was about to reach his soul, Kuan Tian gritted his teeth helplessly and immediately gave up on his body. His soul emerged, and without any hesitation, he flew towards the exit of the soul-destroying land as quickly as he could. At that moment, he had no time to think at all. All of his reactions were driven by instinct. It was as if this was the only path he could take at a time like this. This was an instinctive reaction that had been branded into the depths of his soul. "Just how fragile are you now that you've given up on your body?" Jianchen sighed emotionally. Since Kuan Tian had given up on his body, only death awaited him. Even the Darkstar Emperor could not save him. Let alone the Darkstar Emperor, even Grand Primes would die if they did not use their energy to protect Kuan Tian's soul. "Die," Jianchen said gently. He did not seem to do anything, but Kuan Tian's soul that had already fled several dozen kilometers away produced a chilling cry before directly dispersing into thin air. Jianchen's supreme will could envelop a range of 100,000 kilometers. Within that range, he could control everything like a supreme ruler. With a single thought, he could decide the fate of countless divine kings. This was because divine kings were unable to resist Jianchen's supreme will at all. If Kuan Tian still possessed his body, Jianchen's supreme will would naturally be unable to do anything to him. However, he was so weak as a soul. Any divine king could easily destroy his soul. Jianchen could easily kill him with the power of the ultimate way of the sword. All he needed to do was generate sword chi out of thin air. "Even if you die, I'll make sure you remain a confused ghost." Jianchen rubbed his face. Naturally, he had purposefully killed Kuan-Tian using Defu's identity. He still did not understand the methods of the Darkstar race, so he obviously needed to make some preparations just in case. Afterwards, Jianchen arrived before Kuan-Tian's corpse and removed his god artifact and sword without holding back at all. Kuan-Tian's space ring naturally ended up on Jianchen's finger as well. Jianchen studied Kuan-Tian's face and figure carefully. Afterwards, his appearance changed once again. In just a few seconds, he had become Kuan-Tian's appearance. Not only did he change his appearance, but even his figure was the same. He basically seemed like another living Kuan-Tian, without any flaws. After destroying the corpse, Jianchen sat down on the ground and began refining the god artifact and sword. Chapter 2809. These two god artifacts should have been repaired, Jianchen thought to himself. God artifacts all possessed artifact spirit, but Jianchen did not discover any artifact spirit when he refined them. Moreover, he discovered that the two god artifacts showed signs of being repaired. This immediately made him think of the divine halls that hovered in the sky in the imperial capital of the Darkstar race. They were all damaged. Is there no expert who can forge new god artifacts in the Darkstar race? Or do they lack the corresponding materials? Jianchen thought. However, he soon chuckled. Why did he care about that? Would it not be better for him if the Darkstar race did not possess a complete god artifact? He immediately dismissed his thoughts and began to refine them with all his might. As Jianchen refined the god artifacts in the soul-destroying land, a huge group flew at a low altitude through the mist-shrouded Two-World Mountain in the distant direction of Dark Night City. They passed through the depths of the mist-shrouded Two-World Mountain and appeared on the outskirts where the mist was much thinner. There were a lot of them, at least several tens of thousands of people. All of them had energy surging around their bodies, forming an energy shield that enveloped them. And this energy, according to the different cultivation methods they cultivated, emitted different colors, intertwining with each other, as if forming an auspicious light. These people were the prodigies from the Saints' World who had entered Two-World Mountain under Jin Hong's lead. When they passed through the mist-shrouded region, the group seemed to discover something as well. All of them could not help but stop and study the surroundings. The mist has thinned out. The mist has thinned out. We're out. We're finally out. Ha 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 ha, we've finally passed through the region of Two-World Mountain and arrived in the outskirts. We've succeeded. We've successfully passed through Two-World Mountain. In the next moment, many prodigies could not help but let out cries of joy. They were all overjoyed. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. They knew that as long as they left the depths of the Two-World Mountain, they would be truly safe. This was because no divine king realm life-devouring beasts would appear in the outer regions of Two-World Mountain. At most, 1 or 2 peak over god life-devouring beasts would appear. However, the life-devouring beast that was a peak over god posed no threat at all before the several tens of thousands of god kings. We're finally out. Standing at the front of the group, Jin Hong could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. His heart, which had been in his throat for the past few months, had finally settled down. Nearby, He Qianqian of the Heavenly Crane Temple, Ping Yisheng of the Emperor Lotus Sword Sect, Man Yunjun of the Darkness Clan, Guang Wanhua of the Crimson Light Clan, Sun Ji of the Sun Clan, Ing Wujin of the Darkness Clan, and the rest of the Sky Prides, all had relaxed expressions on their faces. Ha ha ha, we're just too powerful. We're just too impressive. We actually made it through the Two-World Mountain. Originally, I thought it would be impossible for us to make it out, but I never thought we'd actually succeed. Ha ha, even the terrifying Two-World Mountain failed to stop us. We've completed an impossible mission. Once we return to our clans, our statuses will definitely rise. This is the most impressive achievement of our lives. Even when we face the test of our clans in the future, we'll gain quite a lot of points. Chu Jie of the Chu family, Gong Rui's of the Gong family, Zhou Ji of the Jade Sect, Kong Feiying of the Tsangqiong clan, and so on all sat down on the ground and laughed aloud. They were so nervous that they did not even dare to breathe too loudly in the depths of the two-world mountain. They were extremely fearful, but now that they had arrived in the outer regions that were much safer, they no longer felt any fear. They began to laugh out loud. However, none of them knew that in the depths of Two-World Mountain, several dozen kilometers away from them, there was a huge condor with its wings folded. It stood on the crown of a large tree and looked at the group of people from afar with eyes that seemed to possess some intelligence. As for the tree that the eagle was standing on, the entire tree was shaking and trembling in an extremely abnormal manner, as if it could not bear the weight of the eagle. However, upon closer inspection, it did not seem to be the case. Among Jin Hong's group, none of them knew just how much help the condor had provided them when they were about to make it out of the depths of the Two-World Mountain. After Jianchen left the Two-World Mountain, the condor had been secretly intimidating Jin Hong's group while they were making it out of the Two-World Mountain. It had scared away many Divine King realm life-sucking beasts, which was why their journey was so peaceful. The condor stood on the crown of the tree and stared at Jin Hong's group silently for a while before spreading its wings and taking off. It vanished into the dense mist in the blink of an eye. Once the eagle left, the tree it was standing on seemed to have been pardoned. The roots that were rooted in the ground all broke out of the ground. Then, the roots carried the huge tree body, as if the tree had grown countless legs, and ran into the distance in a panic. All the prodigies of the saints' world, who had entered the outskirts of the Two-World Mountain, sat down with their legs crossed, absorbing the energy of the divine crystals to recover quickly. As he recovered, Jin Hong quickly began to make arrangements. He sent out groups of death warriors from different directions to gather information from the Darkstar race. However, they did not leave in a hurry after everyone had recovered to their peak condition. Instead, they continued to wait in the outskirts of the Two-World Mountain, 100 kilometers away from the depths of the Two-World Mountain. The Darkstar race will be suppressed once they enter the Two-World Mountain. They won't be able to unleash their full strength, so they won't enter the Two-World Mountain so easily. On the other hand, the Two-World Mountain's influence on us is much smaller, so let's not leave before we understand the situation in the 100 Saints City, Jin Hong said to everyone. No one objected to that. They all understood that remaining here would be slightly more beneficial to them. Afterwards, everyone sat in the Two-World Mountain and waited silently. He Qianqian sat nearby, but she clearly seemed rather absent-minded. She would check the divine hall in her hand from time to time, and she would always look in the direction of the depths of the Two-World Mountain. A sliver of worry appeared on her face. He Qianqian, is the strand of soul that Yang Yutian left in the shrine still there? At that moment, the Emperor Lotus Sword Sex prodigy, Ping Yixing, suddenly looked over and asked seriously. Ping Yixing's words attracted the attention of many people. Immediately, many prodigies looked over, and in the end, they all stared at the miniature divine hall in He Qianqian's hand. Many of them understood that if it were not for Yang Yutian's valiant actions that drew away the divine king's life-devouring beast, many of them probably would have died in the Two-World Mountain. It would have been impossible for them to survive until now. Chapter 28:10. Chu Jie and the others all came from peak clans in the Saints' world. Even though their statuses were not necessarily very high in their clans, and some of them were not even direct descendants, it still gave them a natural sense of superiority. As a result, they had always looked down on Yang Yutian, who was an independent cultivator. In the end, the independent cultivator that they looked down upon had actually heavily injured them in front of so many people. This was naturally an extraordinary humiliation to them who were proud and arrogant. In their hearts, this humiliation had long since transformed into monstrous hatred, and this hatred was so strong that it wasn't inferior to a life-and-death enmity. Now that they heard Yang Yutian's name again, killing intent immediately burned in their hearts. However, they said nothing. They only stared at He Qianqian, or more accurately, they stared at the divine hall in He Qianqian's hand. He Qianqian constantly sensed the power of the soul within the divine hall with the senses of her soul. She noticed the gazes of Chu Jie and the others, so she understood the enmity between them and Yang Yutian. She immediately raised her guard and said to the people in the surroundings, "The power of the soul Yang Yutian left in the divine hall hasn't dispersed yet. He's still alive." He Qianqian spoke very gently, but everyone could still hear the sliver of worry and anticipation in her voice. Of course, they also understood that this did not mean that He Qianqian's concern for Yang Yutian had reached such a level. It was only because the strength that Yang Yutian had displayed had already reached a level that He Qianqian could no longer ignore. If he returned, it would mean that the group from the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall would become an existence only second to Jin Hong. No one could ignore them. Many matters in the Two-World Mountain were related to the interests of the clans behind them. The more powerful the group was, the more benefits they could obtain. Yang Yutian is still alive? That's fantastic. Looks like Yang Yutian is even more powerful than I imagined him to be. Not only did he successfully escape from a late Divine King realm life-devouring beast, but he even managed to survive in the dangerous depths of the Two-World Mountain all by himself. We probably still have a great battle in the Dark Star race. If we can obtain the assistance of an expert like Yang Yutian, the pressure on us will decrease slightly. As soon as they heard that Yang Yutian was still alive, Ping Yixing from the Emperor Lotus Sword sect, Sun Ji from the Sun family, and Baijian Xiong from the Baijian clan all lit up with joy. They became extremely excited. As for Chu Jie and the others, their faces became ugly. Afterwards, Kong Feiying and Gong Rui looked at each other. Kong Feiying said indifferently, "He Qianqian, the Divine Hall is in your hands, and we can't see what's going on in there. It's up to you to decide whether Jianchen is dead or not. Why don't you give the Divine Hall to us and let us confirm whether the strand of soul that Yang Yutian left behind really exists?" Kong Feiying and Gong Rui didn't even wait for He Qianqian's reply before making their move. Two silhouettes instantly dashed out, one of them rushing towards He Qianqian, while the other rushed towards the Divine Palace in He Qianqian's hand. Gong Rui, get the Divine Hall and immediately destroy the strand of soul that Yang Yutian left behind. Without the soul to sense his location, he'll be blind in the depths of Two-World Mountain. He'll never be able to leave. All that awaits him is death, Kong Feiying said to Gong Rui secretly the moment he took action. Don't worry. I know what to do. However, it doesn't matter if we can't get the Divine Hall. As long as I can get close to it, I'll use my full strength to destroy the strand of soul that Yang Yutian left in there, Gong Rui snickered. What are you doing? He Qianqian had been on guard against them the entire time. As soon as Gong Rui and Kong Feiying took action, she reacted and immediately retreated. She was about to put the Divine Hall in her hand into her space ring as well. However, at that moment, a speck of cold light suddenly appeared. It arrived in front of He Qianqian with lightning-like speed. He Qianqian glanced around from the corner of her eyes and immediately saw Chu Jie, who had a trace of a strange smile on his face. In Chu Jie's hand, shockingly, he was holding a black cylinder the size of a hand. At this moment, it was emitting powerful energy fluctuations. The speck of cold light had shot out from the cylinder. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see that the speck of cold light was a needle-like object formed from energy pressure. With lightning speed, the cold light directly hit the temple in He Qianqian's hand that she hadn't had the time to put back into her space ring. Immediately, there was a violent explosion, and the temple was knocked out of He Qianqian's hand by the powerful shockwave, flying into the distance. Chu Jie, He Qianqian, will remember you, He Qianqian called out. She was extremely furious. Just when she wanted to take the Divine Hall back, she was stopped by Kong Feiying who had arrived. On the other hand, Gong Rui moved like a bolt of lightning, directly charging towards the Divine Hall that had been thrown away. Energy surged from his body as he prepared to penetrate the divine hall with his powerful energy and disperse the power of the soul that Yang Yutian had left inside. How dare you! However, Jin Hong made his move. With a flash, he appeared in front of Gong Rui as if he had teleported. He calmly grabbed the divine hall with one hand and threw a punch at Gong Rui's hand that was about to hit the divine hall with the other. Bang! When the fist and palm collided, a muffled sound rang out. Gong Rui's face suddenly changed. He was sent flying by Jin Hong's punch, breaking several trees along the way. Only then did he stagger and land on the ground. His face was flushed, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Jin Hong, you want to stop us again and again? Aren't you afraid of affecting our unity? With the divine hall in Jin Hong's hands, Kong Feiying stopped attacking He Chanqian. He glared at Jin Hong as he growled. His face was completely sunken. Although Jin Hong was the leader of this group, and their seniors had told them to follow Jin Hong's lead, their seniors had instructed them to listen to Jin Hong's opinion when it came to dealing with the Dark Star race. Their goal was to unite and face the threat of the Dark Star race together. Right now, they were only targeting Jianchen for personal revenge. Jin Hong had no right to interfere with that, and he was not going against the instructions of his seniors. Chapter 28:11. Gong Rui staggered to his feet after being blown away by Jin Hong's punch. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and bellowed at Jin Hong, "Jin Hong, don't slander me. Who said we wanted to destroy the power of Yang Yutian's soul in the Divine Hall? We just wanted to confirm whether Yang Yutian had died in the depths of the Two-World Mountain or not. Instead, you suddenly attacked and injured me. Do you really think that my Gong family is easy to bully?" At this point, Gong Rui's aura suddenly changed. He abruptly turned around and shouted, "Where are the men of sacrifice loyal to my Gong clan?" With that, the presences of several hundred god kings erupted from behind him. The several hundred men of sacrifice from the Gong family all stood up and gathered behind Gong Rui's. It was also these several hundred sacrificial warriors that gave Gong Rui's great confidence. This was because they all knew the formations passed down from the Gong family. With several hundred sacrificial warriors, they could fend off first heavenly layer infinite primes. Jin Hong, I've been sent into the world of the fallen beast by the clan. I represent our Gong family. You've attacked me fearlessly and even injured me. You've severely challenged the dignity of our Gong family. I can ignore what happened before, but if you continue to interfere with our matters, don't blame me for ignoring the bigger picture, Gong Rui said coldly. Now that he had emerged from the depths of the Two-World Mountain, he was already safe. He believed he no longer needed the help of others, so he naturally became confident. As for Jin Hong, although his identity as a Grand Exalt's successor made him possess a great status, he had not matured to the point where the Gong family would take him seriously. If Jin Hong did not oppose him proactively, he would naturally show some respect. However, now that Jin Hong had injured him, Gong Rui obviously would not just swallow his anger. Jin Hong did not become angered by Gong Rui's arrogance at all. His expression did not change at all, but his presence became slightly more powerful. He said indifferently, "You want to ignore the bigger picture? Gong Rui, I won't threaten you. I just want to make one thing clear to you. If you really ruin our plans for your own personal matters, I will kill you without any hesitation." Jin Hong's words were direct and straightforward, with a resolute determination and a domineering aura. With that, not only did Gong Rui's expression change, but even the expressions of over half of the prodigies present changed as well. Over the past few months, all of them had gained some understanding of Jin Hong. As a result, they were extremely clear about Jin Hong's personality. They understood that Jin Hong was not a person who liked to boast. He was serious about everything he said. There was basically no falsehood in his words. Since he said he wanted to kill Gong Rui, it meant that he really had made up his mind. He was not just trying to scare them. Ping Yixing said as well, Gong Rui's, don't forget your identity. If I remember correctly, the greatest backer of your lineage is a great elder of the Gong family. He's an 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime. Who knows how many great elders the Gong family has, but what's laughable is that even your ancestor can't represent the Gong family, so what right do you have to represent them? Ping Yixing paused before continuing, to put it bluntly, even if I kill you here, what can your ancestor do to me? Could it be that he still dares to kill me? Gong Rui's face paled. He stared at Ping Yixing coldly. He only stared at him without saying anything. In terms of status, he was indeed no match for Ping Xingyi, as the greatest backer of his lineage was indeed a great elder of the Gong family. In the Gong family, even great elders had to listen to the arrangements of grand primes. However, Ping Yixing was the direct disciple of the current sect master of the Emperor Lotus Sword sect. The current sect master of the Emperor Lotus Sword sect might not have been very powerful, but his master was a grand prime of the Emperor Lotus Sword sect. Gong Rui's ancestor was an 8th heavenly layer chaotic prime of the Gong family, while Ping Yixing's ancestor was a grand prime. They were indeed incomparable in terms of status. Gong Rui alone is indeed not enough to deter you, but what if we join in as well? With that, Kong Feiying, Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, and Zhao Wenbin all stepped forward. They stood in a row with Gong Rui. More than half of the dozens of geniuses present were waiting to watch a good show. As for the personal grudges between Gong Rui's and Yang Yutian, as well as the confrontation with Jin Hong and the others, these geniuses were not interested in it and did not want to get involved. As a result, Gong Rui's group of 5 stood together. Coupled with the Divine King's sacrificial warriors behind them, they really did form an organization that could not be underestimated. Jin Hong's expression didn't change. His gaze swept over Chu Jie, Gong Rui's, Kong Feiying, Zhao Wenbin, and Zhou Ji one by one. His gaze, which had always been calm, actually flashed with a cold light at this moment. He Qianqian, why don't you leave the divine hall to me for now? I'd like to see who's bold enough to take something from me, Jin Hong suddenly said to He Qianqian after a moment of silence. His voice had become rather cold. He Qianqian naturally would not refuse. She agreed to let Jin Hong take care of the divine hall. If she continued to keep it, Chu Jie and the others would insist on taking it. With just her strength alone, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Furthermore, Jin Hong's tone made He Qianqian understand that he was angry. Jin Hong, who had always maintained a calm expression, was angry for the first time. Not good, not good, not good. Right at that moment, a voice filled with panic rang out. A sacrificial warrior who had gone out to scout hastily flew back. When he saw Jin Hong's group, he immediately said, "Not good, the 100 Holy City has been completely occupied by the Darkstar race. Our people stationed in the 100 Holy City have all been killed." That news was like a heavy bomb, shaking everyone's heart. All the prodigy's expression changed greatly. Although they already knew that something had most likely happened to the 100 Holy City, they did not expect it to be so bad. The 100 Holy City had been occupied by the Darkstar race, and all their people stationed in the 100 Holy City had been killed? Could it be that the Darkstar race was declaring war on them? This is impossible. We don't have much enmity with the Darkstar race. Why would they do this? Many prodigies were dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe such a fact. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not expect it to be so serious. Chapter 28:12. Following that, the men of sacrifice they sent out to gather information returned one after another, bringing back more and more news. The 100 Saints city has been sealed off, and no outsider cultivators are allowed to enter. Now it has become a paradise for the Darkstar race. Some of the people who were stationed in the 100 Saints city have escaped. Now the experts of the Darkstar race are hunting them down. The rest of the outsider cultivators have not been targeted by the Darkstar race. This time, the Darkstar race is only trying to exterminate our families. All of the Darkstar race's teleportation formations to the outside world have been closed, and no one is allowed to leave. The 36 cities of the Darkstar race have sent out notices to all of the survivors who have escaped from the 100 Saints city. The news came in one after another. Each piece of news was like a giant mountain that weighed down on the hearts of the sky prides of the various clans. They were so heavy that they could hardly breathe. They thought that it was just a small conflict, and that they would be able to settle it quickly with their arrival. They did not expect it to be so serious that they had become the enemy of the entire Darkstar race. There was no place for them in the vast territory of the Darkstar race. Xiaoji. At this moment, a cry of surprise and shock rang out. Several divine king men of sacrifice were leading several dozen outsider cultivators in tattered clothes. They were in a sorry state. In the crowd, a prodigy from the outside world, who had been keeping a low profile, suddenly jolted. He immediately stood up from the ground and looked at the rapidly approaching group. Young Master Hauren, young Master Hauchen. The next moment the prodigy was overjoyed. He flew over excitedly and finally arrived before the two pale-faced youths who were clearly injured. Xiaoji greets the two young masters. In the end, under the shocked gazes of the prodigies, he bowed deeply to the two divine king in front of him. Hauren? Hauchen? Are these two under Hao Jia's command? Many Sky Pride's eyes flickered as they looked at Hao Ran and Hao Chen with cautious gazes. The Hao Jia clan was a renowned, powerful clan across the entire Saints world. Even the clans behind them that they took pride in did not dare to offend Hao Jia. Xiaoji, there's no need to be so courteous. Did the family receive our request for help and sent you here? Hauren helped Xiaoji up and swept his gaze over the many figures that appeared hazy in the fog. His face was filled with excitement. Xiaoji nodded and said, "Young masters, the outside world has already learned of the changes that have taken place in the world of the fallen beast. Many clans have already banded together. They've used up almost all of the 100 Calamity Divine King pills to nurture a large number of sacrificial warriors and sent them all into the world of the fallen beast. Good. This is fantastic. There's finally hope for the people trapped in the 100 Saints city." Hauren was overjoyed. He arrived before all the prodigies with a single step and said sternly, "Everyone, there must be a few of you who know me. However, the situation right now is extremely dangerous, so we don't have the time to catch up. There are still many people from our clans trapped in the 100 Saints city, and the 7th Hall Master has already passed down the order to execute all of them. There's no time to waste. We need to reinforce them immediately and take back the 100 Saints city that belongs to us." "Brother Hauren, how are we supposed to fend off the entire Darkstar race with our strength? Even if we take back the 100 Saints city, we won't be able to defend it. After all, the Darkstar race has many primordial realm experts," Guang Wanhua said from the side. Guang Wanhua from the Crimson Light clan said with a troubled expression. Clearly, he had known Hao Ran and Hao Chen for a long time. "The situation isn't as bad as you think. We haven't reached the point where we have to become enemies with the entire Darkstar race. It's just that the 7th Hall Master has been targeting us on purpose ever since he took over. As long as we can take back the 100 Saints city, we'll be able to contend with the 7th Hall Master. After all, we've been operating in the Darkstar race for so many years. It's not like we didn't have any plans," Hao Chen said solemnly. "Are you counting on the 2 Vice Hall Masters of the 9th and 10th Sacred Halls? If you can count on them, the 100 Saints city wouldn't have fallen to such a state today," He Chanqian suddenly said. Many of the prodigies had been given some top-secret information in the world of the fallen beast, so it would be easier for them to move around in the Darkstar race. This included some of the upper echelons that the 100 Saints city had bribed in the Darkstar race. The 9th and 10th sacred halls each had a vice hall master secretly supporting the 100 Saints city. Although the Darkstar race's ruling power changed every 1,000 years, the other 9 sacred halls could not interfere when one sacred hall was ruling. However, a vice hall master's words still carried a lot of weight in the Darkstar race. Even if they couldn't directly interfere, their words could still influence the decision-makers to a certain extent. We can't blame them. The 7th Sacred Hall's actions were simply too fast. On top of that, we didn't have enough strength in the 100 Saints city. It led to us losing the 100 Saints city very quickly. Without the 100 Saints city, we no longer have the right to speak. However, it's different now. With everyone's support, our strength can no longer be underestimated. Once we take back the 100 Saints city and unleash the might of the 100 Saints city, we'll be able to hold on for several months even if we're facing the attack of the 7th Sacred Hall. At that time, if the Vice Hall Masters of the 9th and 10th Sacred Halls help us from the side, we'll have hope of overcoming this crisis. Taking a step back, even if the higher-ups fail, as long as we take back the 100 Saints city, we'll be able to leave the Darkstar realm through the teleportation formation set up in the 100 Saints city. How Ran carefully analyzed the situation for everyone. Everyone, you've just left the Two-World Mountain. I'm afraid you don't know the current situation of the Darkstar race. Now, all the teleportation formations leading to the sacred immortal realm have been sealed. If we want to leave this place, we can only take back the 100 Saints city. The 100 Saints city is our only way out. Behind Hao Ran and Hao Chen, another divine king stood up. He was a member of another large family. He had met up with Hao Jia in the Two-World Mountain. Since that's the case, let's set off immediately and take back the 100 Saints city. Jin Hong shouted and immediately made a decision. No one objected to Jin Hong's decision. The geniuses who had just passed through the depths of the Two-World Mountain did not want to turn back. The 100 Saints city was their only safe way out. Thus, they had to take it back. Soon after, the large group began to gather. Some of the representatives of the large families hiding in the sacred halls were also called out by Jin Hong. Everyone formed dozens of formations. Vaguely, there were signs of them forming various formations. They began to move towards the 100 Saints city in an orderly manner. Within the Soul Destruction Land, Jianchen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the 2 god artifacts floating before him that were emitting a faint pressure. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. I've finally refined it. Although this sword is not as handy as the 9-star sword of heavenly ways, my battle prowess has increased quite a bit with this sword in hand. Jianchen murmured. With a thought, the 2 god artifacts floating before him immediately turned into 2 streaks of light that shot into his body and disappeared. However, I have to wear the god armor at all times. Although I can disguise myself as Kuan Tian, it's only my appearance. I can't change some internal things. Once I'm injured and bleed, I'll be exposed. My blood is different from the blood of the Darkstar clan. Jianchen thought. The god armor that he had just refined immediately appeared and enveloped his entire body, leaving only his eyes exposed. Afterwards, he began to walk around the Soul Destruction Land. He carefully checked to see if he had left any traces behind for the last time. After confirming that no one would be able to find any traces, he walked towards the exit of the Soul Destruction Land. As he approached the exit, the energy in his body suddenly surged. The power of the laws of the sword gathered around him, and he began to attack his surroundings without a target. Immediately, a deafening boom rang out in the quiet soul-extinguishing land again. Jianchen attacked the surroundings without any rhyme or reason as he flew towards the outskirts of the soul-destroying land. When he left the region of the soul-destroying land, his presence suddenly erupted, sweeping through the surroundings like a tidal wave. Even more powerful laws of the sword gathered, erupting loudly in the surroundings. It was almost enough to shatter the sky. The sky rumbled and the ground shook. Jianchen unleashed his strength without any restraint, causing an earth-shaking disturbance that spread far and wide. In the end, Jianchen sent out waves of sword qi to bombard the surroundings. Suddenly, his body tilted and he collapsed on the ground. He closed his eyes and did not rise again. At the same time, the 7th Hall Master sat on the throne with his eyes closed in the distant imperial capital of the Darkstar clan. He seemed to be cultivating. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes opened and his figure disappeared from the throne, reappearing outside the temple. His deep eyes looked in the direction of the Soul Extermination Land, revealing a look of surprise. This presence, is it Kuan Tian? The light in the 7th Hall Master's eyes flickered, and his face rapidly sank. At the same time, people silently appeared in the other divine halls as well. They all stared in the direction of the Soul Destruction Land as their faces changed. Chapter 28:13. What powerful pulses of origin energy! This has already exceeded the range of the 5th heavenly layer. It has truly reached the domain of the 6th heavenly layer. Kuan Tian stayed in the soul-destroying land for 3 years. I never thought he would actually break through in the end. A white-robed, middle-aged man hovered before a divine hall. 4 primordial realm experts followed behind him. He was the hall master of the 2nd divine hall, an Urna. He was also a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime. So what if he has broken through? He stayed in the soul-destroying land for 3 years. In the history of our Darkstar race, no one has stayed there for so long apart from emperors. We all understand extremely well just how terrifying the damage to the soul is in the soul-destroying land. I hope Kuan Tian doesn't suffer any problems because of this. Otherwise, even if he breaks through now, he'll probably be stuck here forever. There won't be any room for improvement in the future, said the 7th Divine Hall Master. He did not get along with the 5th Hall Master, Kuan Tian, in the first place, so he naturally would not say anything nice to him. Behind the leader of the 7th Hall, the 2 vice leaders, Unlai and Kaiser, walked out of the Divine Hall as well. They also looked in the direction of the soul-destroying land. Unlai immediately chuckled when he heard the leader of the 7th Hall. He said, "The 5th Hall Master has released his presence in the soul-destroying land for no reason, and there's even a sliver of chaotic origin energy. In my opinion, that's not normal at all." Perhaps the Palace Master's guess was right. Although the 5th Palace Master successfully stepped into the 6th heavenly layer, he must have paid a certain price. Even his primordial spirit was injured. Vice Palace Master Enlai's words had simply struck the heart of the 7th Palace Master. He could not help but reveal a gloating smile on his face as he unhurriedly said, "If his primordial spirit is truly injured, then it will be troublesome. In our dark star realm, natural treasures that can help one's primordial spirit are already scarce, much less precious items that can heal one's primordial spirit. Once this genius Kuan came out of the soul destruction land, he immediately unleashed his aura and even used his source energy, making it seem like he was in a great battle. This is clearly too abnormal." Speaking of this, the 7th Hall Master's eyes gradually lit up. At first, he was only targeting Kuan Tian verbally, but the more he spoke, the more he felt that it made sense. This was because Kuan Tian's current behavior was indeed extremely inconsistent with his usual personality. Could it be that I was right? The 7th Hall Master thought to himself. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, mixed with a hint of excitement and anticipation. "Anlai Kaiser, let's go. Let's go take a look." The 7th Hall Master led the 2 Vice Hall Masters towards the Soul Extermination Land. After the 7th Hall Master left, the remaining Hall Masters stood in front of their respective divine halls. Light flickered in their eyes. There was also a trace of complexity within them. Could something really have happened to Kuan Tian? Our race is about to undergo a grand ritual. Once it succeeds, the suppression from the grand exalt of the wood spirit race will weaken once more, and we'll have a chance at reaching the chaotic prime that we've always dreamed of. If Kuan-Tian is injured in the soul-destroying land, it'll severely affect his future breakthroughs. He might even lose his position as Hall Master if the people below him overtake him, Anna said with some concern. Second Hall Master and Erna said worriedly. He had a good relationship with Fifth Hall Master Kuan-Tian, so he didn't want to see Kuan-Tian fall into such a situation. In the next moment, Anna directly made his way to the soul-destroying land with a single movement. He wanted to personally check on Kuan-Tian's situation. After Anna's departure, another 2 Hall Masters hurried towards the soul extermination land. The remaining 5 Hall Masters only stayed for a while before returning to their own divine halls. They no longer paid any attention to the matter. Outside the soul-destroying land, the 3 Deputy Hall Masters of the 5th Divine Hall quickly arrived outside the soul-destroying land. Behind them were 2nd Hall Master and Erna, 7th Hall Master Jia Di, 8th Hall Master Sin Ran, and 10th Hall Master Feng Shui. They led several Deputy Hall Masters and followed behind the 3 Deputy Hall Masters of the 5th Divine Hall unhurriedly. Clearly, they intended to let the 3 Deputy Hall Masters of the 5th Divine Hall come into contact with Kuan-Tian first. Something really did happen in Kuan Heaven. The 7th Hall Master's lips curled into a faint smile when he was still a distance away. This was because he had discovered that Kuan-Tian had clearly fainted outside the soul extermination land with the senses of his soul. He immediately took pleasure in Kuan-Tian's misfortune. Hall Master. The 3 Vice Hall Masters of the 5th Divine Hall came to the unconscious Kuan-Tian, one after another. Their expressions changed, and they were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Anyone could tell that something was wrong with Kuan-Tian's current appearance. When they thought of the uniqueness of the soul extermination land and the surrounding environment that was destroyed by Kuan-Tian, they were certain of one thing. Although Kuan-Tian had successfully broken through in the soul extermination land, his primordial spirit was also greatly affected. It was even possible that his primordial spirit was injured. This was because the soul extermination land injured the primordial spirit. If something happened to Kuan-Tian, the status of the 5th Divine Hall would plummet. Without the support of the Hall Master, the 3 Vice Hall Masters would be inferior to the other 9 Divine Halls in the future. They would not be able to stand up straight. Therefore, the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the 5th Divine Hall were the most anxious when something happened to Kuan-Tian. Let me check where Kuan-Tian is injured. The 8th Hall Master came in front of Kuan-Tian and reached out to check. Wait! The 10th Hall Master, Feng Shui, appeared in front of Senator. She was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. Although she looked middle-aged, she was still charming. Time had not left many traces on her face. Feng Shui stopped Sin from checking on Kuan-Tian and said, "It's best that no one touches Kuan-Tian in his current state. It's very likely that he has injured his primordial spirit. This is very tricky to deal with. Let's bring him back to the Divine Hall first." Next, the unconscious Kuan-Tian was brought back to the Divine Hall by a Vice Hall Master of the 5th Divine Hall. The 2nd, 8th, and 10th Hall Masters followed him into the 5th Divine Hall. The 7th Hall Master did not follow them. Instead, he returned to his 7th Divine Hall in a happy mood. He had confirmed that something had happened to Kuan-Tian's breakthrough, which made him very happy. In the 5th Divine Hall, a Vice Hall Master took out a jade bed and placed the unconscious Kuan-Tian on it. He then took a step back and stood with the other 2 Vice Hall Masters. The 3 of them were frowning. It was obvious that their hearts were heavy. To one side, the 2nd and 10th Hall Masters were stern as well. The 2 of them clearly had some friendship with Kuan-Tian, so they were currently discussing how to treat him. The Dark Star race did not have a way to treat injuries to the primordial spirit. As a result, the 3 Vice Hall Masters were rather helpless when faced with Kuan-Tian, whose primordial spirit was clearly injured. They did not know what to do, so they did not dare to act rashly. The 8th Hall Master, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. His gaze swept over Kuan Tian's body with great curiosity. Immediately after, a very obscure force spread out from his feet and penetrated the hard ground of the divine hall. Without the second hall master and the 10th hall master noticing, it quietly approached the jade bed where Kuan Tian was lying. It quickly burrowed into the jade bed and slowly approached Kuan Tian, who was lying on it. Jianshan, who had disguised himself as Kuan Tian, had actually been awake the entire time. He had been observing his surroundings the entire time. The 2nd and 10th hall masters did not notice the 8th hall master's actions, but he had sensed it long ago. It's about time. It's time to wake up. Jianshan knew that he could not continue like this as he sensed Sen's obscure probing power getting closer and closer to him. If he really was probed, all his efforts would have been for naught. Jianshan's eyelids trembled slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. The hall master is awake. The hall master is awake. The gazes of the 3 vice hall masters of the 5th hall had never left Jianshan. As a result, they immediately discovered Jianshan's actions. The 2nd and 10th hall masters, who were discussing how to treat Kuan Tian, stopped their discussion at this moment. They both looked at Kuan Tian. Jianshan's awakening made Sun Ran, who wanted to investigate, give up. He sighed in his heart and said regretfully, "He actually woke up at this time. Unfortunately, it's too late. My head hurts." As soon as he opened his eyes, Jianshan's face revealed a pained expression. His face instantly turned pale. He hugged his head tightly with both hands and rolled off the jade bed. He half knelt on the ground and hit the jade bed with his head, making dull thumping sound. "Hall Master! What's wrong with the Hall Master? Maybe he stayed in the soul-extinguishing land for too long and was affected by the remnant consciousness of the Star Beast." The 3 vice hall masters of the 5th hall looked at each other. They stared blankly at Kuan Tian's abnormal behavior and seemed to be at a loss. After a long while, Kuan Tian finally calmed down. His expression revealed a hint of exhaustion, and he looked extremely weak. He sized up the crowd with a blank gaze and asked with a face full of doubt, "Who are you?" When the hall masters of the 2nd, 8th, and 10th halls heard those words, they immediately shuddered inside. They were stunned at first, before disbelief filled their faces. "Kuan Tian, you don't remember us?" The 10th hall master stared at Kuan Tian with a face full of shock. Kuan Tian scratched his head. The confusion on his face deepened. He muttered to himself, "Kuan Tian? Who is Kuan Tian? Strange, why does it sound so familiar? It's as if we've known each other before." Then, he looked at the 3 hall masters in front of him again and said, "You haven't told me who you are. Also, where is this place? Why am I here?" The 2nd palace master and the 10th palace master looked at each other and fell silent. The 8th hall master glanced at Kuan Tian deeply. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh and said, "It looks like Kuan Tian has already lost his memories. Although he has successfully broken through to the 6th heavenly layer, the price for that is quite high." There was no need for Sun Ran to stay any longer. With that, he turned around and left. "Hall Master, don't you remember us? I'm Bing Yuan." "Hall Master, I'm Ta Luo. Think about it carefully. You should remember me, Hall Master, I'm Do Wujin. Have you forgotten? You once said that I'm the strongest general under your command." The 3 vice leaders of the 5th hall all spoke up. They struggled to believe this. The leader was a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime, so how could he lose his memories so easily? Chapter 28:14. Kuan Tian, have you forgotten about me as well? Think about it carefully and try your best to remember. Feng Shui said rather sorrowfully. She struggled to believe that Kuan Tian had lost his memories, just like that. This was because this was the Dark Star World. The Dark Star World was not a complete world. It was only a miniature world created from an astral beast. The various cultivation resources produced here were nowhere near as plentiful as the Saints' world. As a matter of fact, Some special heavenly resources could not be cultivated in the dark star world due to the environment. As for natural treasures that could aid one's primordial spirit, they were extremely lacking in the dark star realm. That was because it was simply impossible for such natural treasures to be produced in this place. They could only rely on martial practitioners from the outside world to bring them in. All the heavenly resources that could be brought in were extremely limited in quality. As a primordial realm expert, regular heavenly resources were no longer enough to satisfy Kuan Tian. Feng Shui was naturally extremely worried about Kuan Tian's recovery. Afterwards, the second hall master, an Erna, the 10th hall master, Feng Shui, and the 3 vice hall masters tried various methods to make Kuan Tian recover some of his memories, but they were all extremely disappointed in the end. This was because they realized that the 5th hall master, Kuan Tian, had completely lost his memories. Other than the soul-extinguishing land, he really couldn't remember anything else. He had even forgotten the things that had left the deepest impression on him. The people in the hall all sighed when they saw this. Originally, the 2nd and 10th hall masters wanted to properly celebrate Kuan Tian's successful breakthrough, but they could only give up on that now. The 2 hall masters did not stay for too long. They left very soon. With their departure, only Bing Yuan, Ta Luo, and Dou Wujin remained in the spacious hall of the 5th Divine Hall. Jianchen lowered his head in thought as Kuan Tian, disguised as Bing Yuan, Ta Luo, and Dou Wujin all stood there without saying anything. This was because the hall master before them had lost all his memories. They had no idea what to say. Were the 3 of you my subordinates in the past? It was still Jianchen who broke the silence first. He did his best to pretend that he did not know anything. At the same time, he acted like he did not know anything as he asked the 3 of them. Yes, Palace Master. In the Dark Star race, all of the Vice Hall Masters had to obey the orders of the Hall Master. As such, they were considered subordinate. Hall Master? What was going on with this Palace Master? Why don't you tell me about my past? I don't remember anything, Jianchen said in distress. Bing Yuan, Ta Luo, and Dou Wujin glanced at each other. Then, the 3 of them began to talk about Kuan Tian's past. They spent a long time talking about everything they knew about Kuan Tian, big and small. This was especially true for the few events that they believed to be of extraordinary significance to Kuan Tian. They explained them in great detail in an attempt to stimulate the Hall Master and awaken his forgotten memories through some of the events that were deeply engraved in his mind. However, their thoughts were destined to be in vain. From them, Jianchen managed to obtain some useful information. One of them was that other than the 7th Hall, the 4th Hall had always been at odds with the 5th Hall. He also managed to deduce from some clues that the 10th Hall Master, Feng Shui, had a rather ambiguous relationship with the 5th Hall Master, Kuan Tian. Of course, Jianchen was not Kuan Tian himself, so he had no idea what Kuan Tian's relationship with Feng Shui was or to what extent their relationship had reached. Moreover, he learned that the Dark Star race possessed a treasure trove that only primordial realm experts knew about. This treasure trove was actually a place where heavenly resources were planted. It was also known as a medicinal garden in the outside world. All of the upper echelon of the Dark Star race viewed this medicinal garden as their greatest treasure. Even the Dark Star Emperor had personally participated in the construction of the medicinal garden, expending a tremendous amount of resources to cast down an extremely powerful defensive formation in the distance. And what's the deal with the blood? I feel like the blood doesn't belong to my race. With a flip of his hand, Jianchen took out 15 droplets of essence blood from Kuan Tian's space ring. The appearance of the essence blood made Jianchen feel intense killing intent and fury again. However, he concealed it very well, not showing it at all. Just Kuan Tian possessed 15 droplets of essence blood, while the Dark Star race had 10 Hall Masters. Without even thinking about it, the other 9 Hall Masters definitely possessed Cuyu's essence blood. Cuyu did not even possess a lot of essence blood. Now that he had lost so much essence blood, Jianchen began to worry deeply for Siyu's safety. Moreover, 12 of the 15 droplets of essence blood on Kuan-Tian had been completely converted. Siyu's presence could no longer be sensed from the essence blood. Instead, it was shrouded by the heavy presence of the Dark Star race. It was as if the essence blood had become an item of the Dark Star world, engraved with the mark of the Dark Star race. Hall Master, this is the essence blood of a divine beast. The Emperor personally took action in the past, capturing a divine beast from the outside world. The Emperor once said that the power of the bloodline within the essence blood of the divine beast is extremely great, and it will be extremely beneficial to our sacrifices. The 3 Vice Hall Masters really did not hold back at all. They answered all of Jianchen's questions in great detail. When they felt like Jianchen did not understand something, they would take the initiative to explain it to him without even needing Jianchen to ask. This was because the 3 of them firmly believed in Kuan-Tian's identity. They did not doubt him at all. As a matter of fact, they did not even suspect him. This was because the Hall Master before them was a true primordial realm expert. Various signs pointed towards Kuan-Tian, who had just broken through to the 6th heavenly layer. There were only a few dozen primordial realm experts in the Dark Star race, and they were extremely familiar with every single one of them. Moreover, 6th heavenly layer infinite primes were all Hall Masters. As a result, it was impossible for someone to impersonate them. As for the cultivators of the outside world, it was impossible for them to think of this no matter how fantastical they were. A divine beast? Jianchen immediately became interested when he heard that. He acted like he did not know anything and asked the 3 Vice Hall Masters carefully about what the divine beast was. In the end, he said, "Where is the divine beast imprisoned? I suddenly want to go take a look." The 3 Vice Hall Masters looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Dou Wujin said, "Hall Master, the divine beast has been personally imprisoned by the Emperor, and the Emperor is in seclusion. I'm afraid it won't satisfy the Hall Master's desire to take a look. Moreover, the Hall Master has seen the divine beast in the past. There's nothing interesting about it. It's just a slightly powerful but pitifully weak demonic beast. Moreover, the Emperor has tossed away too much of the divine beast's essence blood. It's already on the brink of death, and it's only managed to stay alive with a few heavenly resources. In order for the divine beast to survive until the day of the ceremony, the Emperor probably won't release it so easily." Jianchen became slightly relieved when he heard that. His greatest worry was that Siyu had already died and he would not be able to save him. However, it seemed that even though Siyu had lost too much essence blood, his life would not be in danger until the day of the ceremony at the very least. It would be fine as long as he could stay alive. Once he was alive, he would be able to recover no matter how severe his injuries were. At this moment, Jianchen's expression changed. He could sense that a medallion in Kuan-Tian's space ring had suddenly begun to vibrate violently and release a bright light. At the same time, Bing Yuan, Ta Luo, and Dou Wujin's expressions changed as well. A similar medallion appeared in their hands. The medallion also vibrated violently and released a bright light. It's a warning from the formation. Something has happened in the medicinal garden. Judging from the intensity of the warning, it's nothing trivial. The expressions of the 3 Vice Hall Masters changed slightly. Dou Wujin immediately clasped his fist at Jianchen. "Hall Master, something has happened in the medicinal garden. We need to hurry over immediately." "Then let's go." Without any hesitation, Jianchen immediately stood up and left the 5th hall with the 3 Vice Hall Masters. He had already learnt from the Vice Hall Masters that the Dark Star race treated the medicinal garden as their most precious treasure. He just happened to want to check it out. When Jianchen emerged from the 5th hall, he could not help but glance past the other 9 halls. He discovered that it was not just the 5th hall. All the Vice Hall Masters and Hall Masters of the other 9 halls had appeared as well. They all headed towards a teleportation formation in the square. Chapter 28:15. When Jianshan looked at them, many of the leaders and vice-leaders of the 9 divine halls looked at Jianshan as well. 2nd Hall Master and Erna and 10th Hall Master Feng Shui had complicated expressions on their faces. 7th Hall Master Jia Di, on the other hand, had a mocking smile on his face as he gloated. Most of the remaining leaders and vice-leaders were emotionless. They did not show too much emotion. Clearly, Kuan Tian's amnesia was no longer a secret among the 10 sacred halls of the Darkstar race. Almost everyone knew about it. Their reactions were exactly the same as the 3 vice-leaders of the 5th Divine Hall. They did not doubt Kuan Tian's identity at all. Instead, they found it to be completely normal. This was because they were well aware of how terrifying the land of soul destruction was. Kuan Tian had stayed in there for as long as 3 years. If his soul was still intact, it would instead appear abnormal. This was because even they did not dare to stay in the soul-destroying land for so long. Their souls were unable to endure the constant attacks of the astral beast's will. Kuan Tian's soul was injured, which was why they found it to be completely reasonable. Kuan Tian, I wonder if you remember the past? Do you still remember who I am? Do you still remember who you are? The 7th Hall Master, Jia Di, did not forget to mock Kuan Tian as he approached the teleportation array. His face was full of smiles. Behind Jianshan, the 3 vice-leaders, Bing Yuan, Ta Luo, and Dou Wujin, all had ugly expressions. They were all from the 5th Divine Hall, so they were embarrassed to be mocked among the leaders. However, the great difference in status and strength made them feel powerless before the leader of the 7th Divine Hall. Jianshan looked over. Behind the leader of the 7th Divine Hall were 2 vice-leaders. They were 3rd and 4th Heavenly Layer Infinite Primes. Moreover, there was a 2nd Heavenly Layer expert who had yet to return from Anya City. On the other hand, Bing Yuan was the weakest of the 5, a 1st Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime. He was followed by Ta Luo, a 2nd Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime. Dou Wujin was the strongest, at the 4th Heavenly Layer. In terms of strength, the 7th Divine Hall was indeed stronger than the 5th Divine Hall. Of course I know you. You're the Lord of the 7th Shrine, Jia Di. But I heard that you've always been against me. Jianshan did not back down and looked at him with a sneer. He was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. Ha ha ha, you're wrong. Why would I go against you? Jia Di laughed and looked down on Kuan Tian. His expression showed that Kuan Tian was not qualified to go against him at all. However, Kuan Tian, you seem to have gained a lot of confidence after breaking through to the 6th layer of heaven. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, Jia Di led the 2 vice palace masters into the teleportation formation and disappeared with a flash of light. The hall masters and deputy hall masters from the surrounding 8 great divine halls watched this scene with indifferent expressions. They were already used to the small conflicts between the 5th and 7th halls. In reality, it was not just the 5th and 7th shrines. Even the remaining shrines were not on good terms with one another. It was not like they did not fight openly or covertly. However, these conflicts could only be regarded as small conflicts. They would only erupt in a small area. There would never be situations like battles to the death. Jianshan had learnt a little about this from the 3 deputy palace masters. Jianshan stared at where Jia Di had vanished from and smiled mysteriously. He thought, in the past 1,000 years, Jia Di has been in charge of the Darkstar race, and the large-scale operations against the cultivators of the outside world and the attacks on the 100 Saints City were all led by Jia Di alone. It looks like I should make good use of my identity as Kuan Tian. Jianshan's mind began to churn rapidly. The light of divination would flash through his eyes from time to time. It was extremely obscure. He had purposefully hidden it such that no one could sense it. After all, it was relatively easy for him to hide something from infinite primes with his current strength. As he pondered, Jianshan entered the teleportation formation with Bing Yuan, Luo, and Do Wujin. As the teleportation formation lit up, the four of them vanished as well. Jianchen had already left the royal capital through the teleportation formation. He had arrived at an unknown place in the Dark Star world. As soon as he was teleported there, Jianchen sensed extremely dense origin energy. The origin energy did not belong to the Dark Star world. Instead, it completely belonged to the Saints' world. The Dark Star world and the Saints' world were two completely different worlds, so the energy there was naturally different as well. The people of the Dark Star race were unable to absorb the energy within divine crystals to cultivate, while the cultivators from the Saints' world were unable to absorb the energy of the world either. They had to rely on the divine crystals they carried with them to recover. Now that he was in an environment filled with origin energy, Jianchen really did feel like he was in the Saints' world. He studied the surroundings. He did not see anyone from the other 9 halls. All he saw were various plants that thrived. Every single one of them pulsed with powerful energy. They were all evolving towards becoming heavenly resources. As a matter of fact, these plants had already become heavenly resources. It was just that they were too young, so their quality was not high. Suddenly, powerful pulses of energy appeared from behind Jianchen. The 3 vice leaders who had come with him all struck out. They used the energy as blades and cut the surrounding heavenly resources to pieces. With the 3 primordial realm experts working together, all the heavenly resources that Jianchen could see had been cleaved clean in a short while. As a result, the lush green sea immediately turned into a barren plain. Jianchen looked back at the 3 of them in question. The 3 vice leaders knew that their leader had forgotten about everything, so one of them immediately explained, "Leader, the garden is nearby. As we're too close to the garden, the energy of the garden has seeped out, which is why these plants have grown so quickly. However, as long as these plants exist, they will constantly absorb the energy of the garden. As a result, in order to prevent the energy from going to waste, the plants on the outskirts of the garden need to be cleaned regularly." Jianchen came to a realization. These plants, and even some of the medicinal ingredients that had already evolved into heavenly resources, were only weeds in the eyes of the Dark Star race. He could not help but expand the senses of his soul. Very soon, he found the other 9 leaders in different directions. At the same time, he saw the so-called garden of the Dark Star race. The medicinal garden of the Dark Star clan was actually a circular territory that spanned 100 kilometers across. The entire territory was enveloped by a powerful formation. Dense light flickered within the formation. The energy there was extremely dense, having already condensed into mist. There were even droplets of energy that had formed within the mist. Occasionally, there would even be a drizzle of pure energy. The energy in this medicine garden had already reached a very shocking level. There were a total of 10 teleportation formations in the surroundings of the garden, which corresponded to the 10 divine halls. The region where the 9 other divine halls resided was originally lush with vegetation, but now it had all been reduced to a flat piece of land. Only a thick layer of powdered plants covered the ground, giving off pulses of energy. Formations operated in the depths of the ground, absorbing the energy from the powdered plants and feeding it back into the garden. Fruit of ways. There's actually a fruit of ways here? Suddenly, Jianchen's heart shuddered. He could clearly see a small tree in the center of the garden with the senses of his soul. It was shrouded in mist energy. The tree was only as tall as a person, but there was a thumb-sized fruit on its crown. Jianchen had only read about the fruit of ways in a few ancient records back in the Saints' world. This was the first time he had seen it in person. This was because the fruit of ways was extremely rare in the Saints' world. Even in the eyes of a few primordial realm experts, it was a legendary item. At the same time, it was extremely precious, so precious that even peak organizations with grand primes would fight over it. This was because the fruit of ways was extremely effective. It did not nurture energy but the ways of the world. It was said that once consumed, the fruit would produce the ways of the world for the person to comprehend. Jianshan also remembered that the ancient records in the saints' world stated that anyone who consumed the fruit would have an 80% success rate at breaking through. Moreover, what was even more impressive was that the fruit was not only effective on infinite primes and chaotic primes, but it was also effective on grand primes. Once a grand prime ingested the fruit, they would have an 80% chance of breaking through a minor realm of cultivation. The only flaw was that grand primes had far too high of a requirement on the quality of the fruit of ways. The Tao birth fruit is a divine grade heavenly treasure. Similarly, divine grade heavenly treasures are divided into different grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Low quality reproductive fruit of ways is only effective on cultivators below the primordial realm. Mid quality reproductive fruit of ways is for infinite primes. High quality reproductive fruit of ways is for chaotic primes, and supreme quality reproductive fruit of ways is only effective on grand primes.